Mercy, can we start?
Yes, Chairperson.
No, good morning to all of you, honorable members, at the Deputy Minister, and good morning to the PSC. I don't see the chair and the deputy chair, and
Recording in progress.
Good morning to
I'm
all.
here, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. And good morning to all of you colleagues. We can start, and Mercy, can you flight our agenda of today's meeting? Honorable members and colleagues, that's the agenda, a short agenda of today. But let me welcome all of you, and a special welcome, Lantika, to the Deputy Minister, because I know the Minister is not here, and also the Chair of the PSC, all commissioners and everyone in this meeting. The next item, I think it's apologies, Mercy. I know there's an apology that have been sent to the group of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Nkosi Cebekulu today is attending a meeting of traditional leaders, and also I know there's also the apology of the principal of the NSG. I don't think he's back from Zambia, and also the apology of the minister, because Wednesdays are cabinet meetings, physical cabinet meetings, so also the minister is not here. But I know that the team is the leader of the team is the Deputy Minister that is with us, Honorable Dr. Chana Pilani Majake. So those are the three apologies, and the today's meeting, honorable members and colleagues, is to receive the presentations of the first to the third quarter performance of 2023-2024 financial year, one from the Department of Public Service and Administration, and also the report, the presentation from the Public Service Commission, and also the National School of Government and the CPSI, which is the Center for Public Service Innovation. And just before the presentation, I will then give the Deputy Minister to provide an overview of the sector presentations, and immediately I will first take the presentation, and immediately after the minister, it will be the PSC, but I will give also the chair of the Public Service Commission to do his remarks, and then the presentation of the PSC. That will then be followed by I will then request that we then, after that, we take the presentation of the National School of Government. After the National School of Government, we take the presentation of the CPSI, which is the Center for Public Service Innovation, and then the department will be the last. I will then hand over now, honorable members and colleagues, to the Deputy Minister, Dr. Chana Pilani Majake.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chairperson. Good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee, to the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission and commissioners present here today. I want to also say good morning to DGs of all entities available this morning, to members of the public. As you have clearly articulated, Chairperson, today's meeting is going to be focusing on the presentation of the second and third quarter performance for financial year 2023-24. And indeed, we have actually just observed the lineup that you've just actually advised on in terms of how the presentations will be made. But I want to actually say that as we present these performance to you, we are confident that the entities have actually performed very well, and I'm sure you'll hear the same when the chairperson of the Public Service Commission also indicates their status. As an independent body, I will not actually get into the work that they're actually doing. For the NSG, the performance has been well. They continue as NSG to provide training and education to public servants in order for them to actually effect a capable, ethical and developmental state, leading to efficiency and effectiveness of the state. What we have actually just observed over a period of time is that more and more the NSG is actually working towards being self-funding, which is actually encouraging. And the CPSI continues with the approach to innovation in government or across government, which has actually helped in really bringing new initiatives in areas, especially with challenges across government. And we have actually appreciated the manner in which the targets that they've actually set for themselves have been achieved. The Department of Public Service and Administration has actually also been in the position to realize their targets. The record that has actually been given, I think it's 73% of their targets. We are hopeful as we continue to move forward, we will be in the position to achieve all these targets across the board, 100%. And when it comes to financing, the area that is found to really truly be lacking in terms of enough financing is the department itself. The budget of the department has always been the lowest. And of course, it then affects the entities that actually get their funding through the vote of the Public Service and Administration vote, with CPSI being one of the entities that actually require additional funding moving into the future, because their work, if they've got to do innovation across government, is mammoth and will therefore also require enough funding. Chairperson, these are the entities that I am actually introducing to you this morning, and I want to just request we said the DPSA will be the last to present. Maybe let me just request your guidance as to which one you would actually want to have presenting first. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Khanna Pelane Matjake. The first presentation is the PSC, and which means then we'll hand over to the chair of the PSC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I recognize the Deputy Minister of DPSA, the DGs in the platform, the DDGs. I also come along with my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Makhanya, Commissioner Magaman. I will check if any other has joined. And my Deputy Chairperson, Zugiso Mkolomba, has tendered her apology attending to another engagement. And I just want to preamble what DG is going to present. It's going to be a precise, concise, short, presentation on our performance in the 3 quarters. It's just to say that PSC has had to sustain this record of delivery and good governance in spite of the austerity measures and financial constraints on the operational budget, and still having increasing responsibilities in the process. So to that extent, I do think that we should recognize these discrepancies. We've written to the Minister of Finance and to raise these particular constraints, especially when we project that we're going to have expanded mandate. And during this period, as the DG will outline, we've done everything, despite all these constraints, to still achieve our targets. And in the remaining quarter, though not projected here, we are trying to complete everything that we started, because we would like, as we mark the 30 years and as we mark the end of the 6th administration, entering the 7th, to make sure that things that started are completed and issues that were raised are attended to, whether it's prolonged suspensions, which we are working with the department to make sure that we oversee that process is expedited, or the report on the people, the SMSs who were said to be holding positions without requisite qualifications, and many other projects. But I'll ask the DG to go straight into the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to our chairperson, and good morning, Deputy Minister, members of the committee, our commissioners, as well as colleagues. In order to be able to save time, members, with your permission, I'd like to start at slide number 8, because the first few slides are really about the mandate as well as the strategic objectives, which we have presented to the committee before. Now, commencing the presentation, we wanted to give the committee members just an overview of how we have performed in the last 3 quarters. The picture we have here just depicts our performance in the quarters as reflected. Insofar as the vacancy rate, we are happy, members, to report that we have been able to maintain our vacancy rate below 10%. We are sitting at 9.5%. What is important about the vacancies is that the Commission still has 4 vacancies of commissioners in the provinces, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Free State, as well as the Western Cape. However, we're aware that the Minister has really been assisting and engaging with the provinces in order to expedite this. Of course, from the recruitment of our own officials, we have not been able to fill the post because of the budget cuts. We will talk more about it when we get to those slides. We are, of course, a clean audit environment. We've been able to maintain our clean audit status for the last 4 years. We are hoping that we'll also end off this quarter, this term, having achieved another clean audit. In respect of the work that is done in our program 3, that is monitoring and evaluation, the Commission has been able to conclude all the planned citizens forum. Now, this is a program, members, as we have reflected before, where the Commission gets an opportunity to interact with ordinary members of the public in communities to deal with their service delivery matters. So last year, we visited a variety of provinces in different communities. And this year, we've done follow-ups in those areas. So 8 of those follow-ups were done in the provinces. I'll talk about it when we get to that slide. We're also able to conduct 2 new citizens forum in the Northern Cape as well as Limpopo. Now, the critical mandate of the Commission is, of course, to promote those values and principles that are enshrined in Section 195. During this period, we were able to have 25 engagements where we talk about the constitutional values and principles to public servants. In terms of our budget, members, we were able to spend 82% of our budget. But of course, the CFO will be able to talk more into that aspect. In the area of complaints and investigations, we are happy to report that we were able to finalize a total of 261 complaints. These are complaints that we get from members who are experiencing poor service delivery, the concerns about undue delays in the services they get from government, and the PSC was able to intervene and finalize those matters. We also dealt with a number of grievances from public servants, and during this period, we were able to finalize 265 of those. The work that is done through the anti-corruption hotline, members, we see that we have been successfully able to refer a total of 1,017 cases. Now, these are calls that we receive regarding allegations of anti-corruption, and through our anti-corruption hotline, we then refer them for investigations to the relevant departments. We've also been able to do a number of service delivery inspections where we go into departments, we conduct unannounced and sometimes announced visits in order to monitor and evaluate the level of services that is delivered. So we're able to then conclude 7 reports that relate to service delivery in the work that we have monitored and evaluated. Insofar as the performance of the programs is concerned, members, this is a reflection of how we have performed per quarter. Program 1, that is administration, all the targets that we have planned were achieved, as well as in the Program 4, integrity and anti-corruption. The only 2 programs where we were not able to meet the quarterly targets that were set is in respect of leadership and management practices, which is the program that does the work of ensuring that there are sound leadership practices in the public service. In quarters 2 and 3, we missed 1 target, and that related to the finalization of SMS grievances within a period of 30 days. Then in quarter 3, insofar as monitoring and evaluation is concerned, we missed 1 target that pertained to service delivery inspections. But on this one, members, is really just an administrative issue because the inspections were conducted. However, the approval of the report was done outside the quarter, and that is why we have recorded a non-achievement for quarter 3. This is now the indication of quarterly performance. You will note that in quarter 1, we were able to achieve all the targets. So the overall organizational performance was at 100%. In quarter 2, we saw a slight decline because of that 1 indicator of SMS grievances, which then led us to a 94% achievement. Another decline in quarter 3, we were sitting at 86%. But as the chairperson has indicated, we are quite confident that we will end of the year having achieved all of the targets. Some of the highlights on program 1 is, of course, the approval of cabinet of the PSC bill for it to be tabled to Parliament. We're aware, members, that the PSC bill is currently with Parliament, having been published for comment in the last month. We know that the committee is currently processing those comments that have been received in respect of the bill. So in regard to the indicators under program 1, perhaps it's also important to confirm to members that we continue to pay our service providers within the 30-day period. So all the invoices that we received have been paid, 100% of those within the prescribed period. Our vacancy rate, as we said, we managed to contain it below the 10% threshold. And of course, through our quarterly publication, we call the Pulse, we were able to produce those in all the 3 quarters. Moving on to the performance of program 2, that is leadership management practices, we wanted to start by highlighting the important conference that was held and that related to the report that the Commission is currently finalizing on looking at public sector reforms throughout the 30-year period. Now, some of the highlights in respect of leadership and management practices also relate to the webinar that we've hosted, looking at the hybrid working environment that will impact on service delivery. That report is available for view. It's on our website. We've also dealt with a number of issues pertaining to discipline management, as well as precautionary suspension, as Chair covered in his opening remarks. So we intervene by way of giving advice, and sometimes the Commission will issue directives so that then the departments are able to correct those systemic deficiencies we would have found. We continue to have a number of engagements with departments in respect of the human resource, as well as grievance management. And through this period, the Commission was also able to review the rules pertaining to a grievance referral to the Public Service Commission, And those rules have subsequently been published and gazetted, and they are available on our website for view. If we just look at some of the trends coming from the grievances we've dealt with, we are finding that a number of public servants are unhappy with an unfair treatment that they sometimes encounter. We have dealt with a number of grievances relating to salary, recruitment, filling of posts, as well as on performance management. But what is interesting about the trend on grievances is that majority of these, the Commission find that they are actually not substantiated. So while the public servants do approach us for grievances, in the end, we find that those grievances lack merit. Now, moving on to Program 2, again, just to ensure that all the other indicators we have achieved, for example, the issuing of a technical brief, which we've done in Q3, the grievances of levels 1 to 12, we were able to finalize those within the requisite period, the target being 85%. The only indicator members that we were not able to achieve during this quarter, in fact, it was Q2 and 3, related to grievances of SMS members, which in terms of the rules were supposed to finalize within 45 days, but we were not able to finalize all of the ones that were lodged with the Commission within the requisite period. And that is really the SMS grievances from our own employees in the OPSC, where the Commission had taken the decision to solicit an independent investigator so that then we keep that arm's length relationship to ensure objectivity in these matters. In terms of the intervention that the Commission has put in place to ensure that going forward, these matters are dealt with within the requisite turnaround time, is the Grievance and Complaints Panel, which is the governance structure of the Public Service Commission that considers all grievances, will sometimes hold special meetings in order to ensure that cases are dealt with timelessly. We do expect that we will be able to retain the performance of ensuring that we meet the deadline of finalizing SMS grievances within 45 days. We have, of course, engaged with the departments insofar as implementation of the PSC recommendations is concerned. To date, we were able to record 10 of those strategic engagements with departments in order to really increase the level of implementation of the Commission's recommendation. Now, if we move to Program 3, that is monitoring and evaluation, this is where we are able to then implement the mandate as given to the Commission in terms of Section 196 of monitoring and evaluating the performance of departments. The key highlights here, of course, in addition to the Citizens Forum as well as service delivery inspections we've reflected about earlier on, is the important strategic engagements that the Commission has held with a view to conclusion of MOUs with institutions such as your Ethics Institute, the Moral Regeneration Movement, because we want to partner with these organizations in our program of the promotion of constitutional values and principles. We've also continued to engage with departments, some of the strategic engagements we've had with the FOSAT in order to ensure that the recommendation arising from the report of the Commission, where we looked at the services of ICT as well as office accommodation, is implemented, and the Commission continues to monitor implementation of those recommendations. Now, in respect of the work we've done insofar as the professionalization of the public sector is concerned, we are happy to report members that we started off Q2 by hosting a successful retreat where we had all the relevant role players and the critical stakeholders really converging to look at what would be contained in the implementation plan. Now, the PSC is working very closely with our sister departments, the PSA as well as NSG, who are also collaborating with the UNDP, who has been quite instrumental in assisting us to craft the roadmap that will feed into the implementation plan. that we are currently working on with our sister departments. We've also been able to date members record a total of 500 persons who have expressed their interest in being registered in our database to become experts, as we are establishing the panel of technical experts that will be utilized within the public service as well as local government, insofar as the recruitment of senior managers in the public services concerned. So we see here some of the strategic engagements that the Commission has held. Now, the one indicator that we have missed in the monitoring and evaluation is the one pertaining to the reports of service delivery inspections that needed to be approved within Q3. We missed that. However, I am pleased, members, to indicate that those reports have since been approved, and so we are on track to be able to achieve all the targets when we close off the financial year. The program was also able to produce a number of reports where we really look at how departments are performing as against the values and principles that are in the Constitution. To end off the presentation, we will talk about the performance of the last program, Integrity and Anti-Corruption. This is a program that has achieved all its targets to date. One of the highlight activities that we've held is really the hosting of a successful conference on anti-corruption, where we hold it annually during the International Anti-Corruption Day. On this particular one, we had the Deputy President providing a keynote address, as well as important input from other stakeholders, such as our minister. Some of the highlights relating to this program pertain to the area of whistleblower protection. This has really been an issue that was raised in the previous anti-corruption hotline conference. We also know that in the Zondo Commission issue around the regime for protection of whistleblowers needing review has been raised, and the Commission has been able to really contribute in this area by producing a submission that we've sent to the Department of Justice, where we indicated some of the legal loopholes that will need strengthening as we are reviewing this dispensation of protecting our whistleblowers. We were also able, members, to work on a proposal that will then look at an establishment of what we refer to as a whistleblower protection house. This arises from the recommendation from some of the whistleblowers themselves who came and gave an account of their own experiences after they have blown the whistle through the seminar that we hosted. Insofar as the scrutiny of financial disclosures, we were able to scrutinize 100% of those that are disclosed by SMS members. We have produced a report on the financial misconduct report and have engaged with 13 departments with those reports indicating the recommendation, particularly insofar as the need to implement consequence management, where we found that there has been financial misconduct. The work that we do under ANAH, we see that we are able, members, to successfully refer the matters within 7 days, which for us is an important indicator of success, because the matters do not remain with the Commission for long, so that then the corruption cases receive the attention they require. We continued our partnership with UNISA as well as the UNDP, who are our annual partners when we host our International Corruption Conference. Now, moving on to the indicators of Program 1 themselves, I'm not going to be spending too much time on it, members. Suffice to say that all the indicators that we have planned, we're able to achieve. For example, ensuring that we do produce articles that talk to professional ethics, as we know that the maintenance of the highest standard of professional ethics is the most important value, as enshrined in Section 195. In fact, is one of the first values in there. Of course, we continued our engagement on the ethics framework and have given our input. In the indicator pertaining to the investigation, they need to ensure that we investigate matters and finalize them within 90 working days. we were able to, of course, achieve this target. We, in fact, in Q2, even exceeded the target of finalizing matters that we have received within the 90-day period. The work relating to promotion of constitutional values and principles continued through the quarter, and we were able to conduct a total of 9 engagements in the first quarter, quarters 2, 8, and 3 in the last quarter. We've already spoken about the work of the anti-corruption hotline, so I'll move members to reflect some of the areas that may hamper our effectiveness as an organization. And the first one really relates to the vacancies in the commission, where we are still awaiting the appointment of commissioners in the 4 provinces we have mentioned when we started the presentation. Of course, the slow pace in which the procurement of ICT as well as of office accommodation is concerned, the Commission has been engaging with the relevant departments, including the SETA, in order to ensure that they assist us in improve and address those inefficiencies. The Commission is also looking at the possibility of having the powers dissolved to the Commission so that it's able to independently procure these services. The issue of budget cuts, as the chair has reflected, did really affect our ability to fill critical posts. For example, the post of provincial directors that are vacant. However, members, as we are sitting here today, we are pleased to report that the National Treasury has since given us an additional allocation, which will then assist us to be able to fill those vacancies. The CFO will be able to provide a detail on the performance against the budget through the quarters. Issue around independence of the PSC is going to be addressed when the bill is finally passed and we have a new Public Service Act. Thank you very much, members. I'm going to hand over now to our CFO, Mr. Zweli Momega, just to reflect on budget performance against the targets for the 3 quarters. Thank you very much, CFO.
Thank you so much, DG. Let me greet the Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Members of Parliament who are members of this committee. I greet the Minister, I greet the Deputy Minister, Chairperson, Commissioners, and I greet all the DGs, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation, continuing from where DG left off, is just to indicate that from the budget of 292 that was initially appropriated, there was a cut of 3.4 million due to the economic conditions that our country finds itself in, and therefore we then got our budget reduced to 288.7 million. As DG has indicated, we have now in this, noting that this report is as at the 31st of December, but during the month of April, we have been allocated an additional 12 million for this year that is ending, because Treasury had underallocated our compensation of employees. Therefore, there was a projected over expenditure. That projected over expenditure has now been addressed, but now let's look at the report that has been. Before you move to the, please go back to the slide, previous slide. Thank you so much. So we had spent, as at the 31st of December, 289 million, 230 million, which represents around about 80% of the budget, and noting that the year is still the norm of 75%, meaning 9 months of 12 months. So we are spending at a higher rate than the rate at which the norm, higher rate than the norm, and this translates to 4.7% overspending. And also looking at the column on the right-hand side, post-accrual, this includes services or goods that have been received but have not been paid for. So we thought that we should adjust our presentation to also effect the accruals, just to give a true picture. And therefore, the overspending as at the end of December, we're looking at 13.6 million at the end of December. And the next slide will then unpack that under overspending, the overspending. So with a compensation of employees having 6.8 million overspent, goods and services 3.8 million, as well as transfers and subsidies. The transfers and subsidies are mainly the encashment of leave days for retiring staff. These are days that are regarded as kept. They were accumulated over their time here in the public service, and there was an agreement that at retirement such days will be encashed. And they also do include the encashment of commissioners' days when they also retire. So in total, the overspending that we had as at the 31st of December was 13.6 million. As I've indicated, the situation was greatly improved by the bill, the second adjusted appropriation bill that was tabled in Parliament by Minister Godongwana. If we were to give this report as at today, the picture has changed to the better. A lot of reds will be eliminated. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. This is the same picture, though, breaking it down into various programs. We've got 4 programs here at PSC. Administration is overspending by almost 3 million against the norm of 75%, ahead of the norm by 2%, with an expenditure of 105 from 136. Million. LMP, which is the second program with a budget of 48 million, do mind that the budget was reduced, and therefore, as at the end of December, the program had spent 38 million, which translates to 79%, and therefore ahead of 4%, by 4% of the 75% norm, with an expenditure of 2 million. Members, please do note that 75% of our costs are compensation of employees. Therefore, if there's a projection of overspending on compensation of employees, it will be applicable throughout the entire department. Hence, those red figures that you are seeing. With monitoring and evaluation, 44 million budget, 36.5 million spent, which represents 82%, and therefore we are ahead of the norm by 7.2%, or 3.2 million over expenditure. And the last program, which with a budget of 59 million, having spent almost 50 million, 84% ahead of the 75% norm, with an overspending of 5 million, or translated to an over 9% of the budget. And therefore, I've already taken through the total. I'm not going to spend time on the total. The previous slides did explain the total. Next slide. I've already explained this slide, so I'm not going to deal with this slide, because my summary and the subsequent slide really took care of the item classification. And the last slide, maybe let me also indicate that before I go to this last slide, just give a picture to the honorable members of Parliament. And I did that in our previous presentation, where we were presenting to the August committee on the third the 5-year performance of the Commission. We've indicated that since 2008, the economic downturn, there has been a series of budget reductions for PSC. So the budget has been cut over the past, one would say, 16 years, with about 13 years of cuts, which today translate to about 66 million. And this makes, running this department not sustainable, more especially when the Commission is really embarking on renewing itself, doing the work that was never done in the past, and really making sure that its visibility is increased. So the message that I'm trying to send to the honorable members of parliament is that you can cut the budget, but there's a stage where you cannot continue cutting the budget. The good news is that for year 2024, 2025, 2023, 2024, PSC has not incurred any regular expenditure. We are clean. The 71,000 that we have under this current financial year is an opening balance of the previous year, which we are busy considering. It has been investigated, and I can report to the members that consequence management was applied, and there was no corruption, there was no financial loss. These are administrative irregularities. I'm expecting that by the end of the financial year, we should have done good to the irregular expenditure, meaning condoned. So it's a process that we are hopeful that will reach finality before the end of this financial year. I will hand over to the DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. That concludes our presentation for the performance of the PSC in the previous 3 quarters. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Dube, and thank you, honorable members. That's the presentation of the PSC. I'm taking hands for deliberating to the report. If there are hands, the honorable members. I'm taking hands. I see only one hand of Honorable Ntuli, and then Honorable Koman, and then Honorable Manile. Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Koman, and Honorable Manile.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the meeting, our Deputy Minister present, the Chairperson of the PSC, all protocol observed. Chair, initially, I don't have a question, but I've during the presentation, I observed the journey that we walked with PSC, and also the problem of the vacancies that have been reported, and the means to sort it out. It's safe to say, Chair, we hope that once the issues of the processes of the commissioners are done, the vacancies that PSC have right now will cease. I want to once again share. This is the journey. Some of the things your quarter 1, your quarter 2, we've been with them. So I wanted to, on my side, to say the one doesn't see any explosion so far. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Komane.
Chair, thank you very much, and good morning to the Deputy Minister, the commissioners, members of the Portfolio Committee, and all the protocol observed. Chair, one would then want to ask just only 2 questions regarding the MOU with the strategic partners. Is this about the skills transfer or the inspections, And then if this partnership, is it for free? If paid, is it budgeted for? And what amount does it involve? Chair. And lastly, speaking to the whistleblower symposium, Chair, one would then ask if that symposium was inclusive of the whistleblowers themselves, or was it only the policymakers' discussion? And then finally, Chair, is this protection, whistleblower protection house referring to a building, or is it a structure that would then meet and discuss the challenges? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Komane. Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone in the meeting. Chair, I think I'm covered by the previous speakers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. Dinky and the chair, I think from Honorable Ntuli, it was just a comment, and I know there are some questions by Honorable Komane. Can you then respond to the questions from Honorable Komane?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the members there. Complimentary remarks on the PSC. One, on partnership, we don't pay a cent for partnership. In fact, it is meant to do the opposite, wherein we can join forces without having to pay. Give example. When we partner with UNISA on the anti-corruption, it gives us access to their venues and facilities without us having to go all the way looking for venues in this or that hotel. And also, some of their researchers start participating in some of our programs for their own work as well, but to fulfill what we are doing. And at times, when you deal with UNDP and other partners, they bring resources to what you want to do. Because, as it was said, with little resources, we can't achieve some of these things. So I would say that on the partnership thing, it is that much, straightforward in a sense of reducing costs. I would simply stay on that one and ask the DG to cover the other ones, but we really want to appreciate honorable members for the support and things such as the appointment of commissioners. As much as we try, they are beyond our control because these are in the hands of the legislatures. And the National Parliament at least has done its part in terms of appointing all the national commissioners at the moment. So that we're pursuing, we've approached the premiers, the speakers of those provinces, and we've approached DPSA minister to also add her weight. We've reported this to the head of government business, the deputy president, to say we would want these processes. Some of these appointments are underway, but they just need to be expedited. Thank you. DG?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to cover the questions surrounding the whistleblowers. Honorable member, yes, indeed, we did have whistleblowers at the symposium really narrating how is it that they were affected after having blown the whistle. So with regards to the need to establish some kind of a safe house, that's what we refer to as the whistleblower protection house, is also to ensure that whistleblowers feel safe. And we've seen what has happened, for example, in the Gauteng office with the whistleblower who was assassinated. And so what is being looked at, members, is not only a protection, physical protection, but what is proposed is also to look at some kind of financial support where whistleblowers have suffered occupational detriment and have lost their jobs and a sense of livelihood. And that is really what we are proposing needs to be done as we review the whistleblower protection regime. I believe those are all questions, members, for the PSC. We'd like to take the opportunity to thank the members for the granting us the space to present. Thank you very much, members.
No, thank you very much, Chair and Ms. Dinky, and thank you very much to all the team of the PSC, and keep doing good work without fear and favor. If now we're taking the next presentation, if you want to remain until the end of this meeting, you are welcome, but if you want to release yourselves, we don't have a problem, but thank you very much to all of you. The next presentation will be the NSG.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will begin with our presentation by appreciating the opportunity that the committee is giving us to share with you our performance in terms of quarter 1 to quarter 3. Chair, to start off, our purpose in the presentation, of course, is to reflect on what has happened in this current financial year, looking specifically in the 3 quarters that we are talking about. Our mandate, members of the committee, remains unchanged. We remain focused on those 6 areas that have been core to the work that we've been doing as a National School of Government. So is our vision and mission, which also remains unchanged. The 5 areas which are core to our strategic outcomes, which have shaped our strategic plan for this 6th administration, also remain unchanged. Our report for quarter 1 to quarter 3 of this financial year is shaped against these strategic outcomes. So in that context, Chair, what we thought we must do up front is to highlight some key areas of our performance in this slide, and we will then come back to each of these areas just to give the committee some more detail and some more information in each of the areas that we've been working on. In terms of the persons trained, Chairperson, we've so far by end of December been able to train 43,335 learners. This is against our cumulative target of 23,582. So far we are looking at exceeding that target. Also, with regards to revenue, as the committee is aware, our trade account requires of us to raise revenue. We had targeted to raise about 4 million by the end of December, and we're happy to report to the committee that so far by end of December, we're able to raise 71.8 million rands. The Nukela program continues to attract a number of learners, standing at 4,135, half of whom had completed their program by the end of December. The same with the ethics course that has attracted 9,600 learners, over half of whom also completed their learning in that regard. The committee is aware that we do run a number of master classes, and we ran one of those that was successful, which looked at the entrepreneurial state and the mission economy presented by Mariana Mazzucato, which was quite successful. We also hosted a delegation from the China Africa Institute as part of our partnerships. We will share some more of these partnerships in the next few slides. And of course, Chair, the district development model is one of the key interventions under the 6th administration, And what we thought is to have a program that will assist in that regard, which we were able to launch in this period. Now, if you look at the number of learners, Chair, you will see that of those learners that we have been able to train, 39,768 of them were online, which means that more and more of our public servants are learning online, which is more efficient, which is more cost-effective. These are the programs, and the completion rates also are quite high, which is something that gives us quite confidence going forward. The committee will also be aware that the President required of us to conduct a skills audit. This is a project that we have already commenced with. It is running in 7 phases. In February this year, we've been able to complete phase 1, which gives us the situation analysis report. In the next financial year, we hope to then complete the other 6 phases of this project. But it's a project that we're working very closely with the infrastructure and frontline departments, and we continue to engage with them going forward, hoping to finalize this project by the end of the next financial year. BRICS, in the last calendar year, South Africa was the chair of BRICS. Linked to that chairpersonship of BRICS, we as the NSG hosted a conference on governance and public administration reform. And this conference, we were quite fortunate that both online and in-person participants were at around 1,600. The same with the masterclass that we hosted with Professor Zhang Weiwei, which was also graced by the attendance of my President Motlanthe. We saw both in-person and online attendance of about 1,500 participants. This is the BRICS conference that the Deputy Minister also graced us with in Pretoria. These are the partnerships that we continue to run with in relation to our induction program. The committee will be aware that in the last 4 years, the scope of our work as a National School of Government has been growing. One of the key areas we've been required to work on is the induction of boards of public entities. And we share with the committee here some of those boards, some of those public entities that we've already inducted linked to the professionalization framework that Cabinet approved in October 2022. The masterclass that was attended by former President was quite a success, as are all the other masterclasses that we continue to run in the last financial year, including in this financial year, of course, the one attended by former Deputy President, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka. We also run an executive education program, Chair, and one of our successes has been in partnership with the National University of Singapore and UNICEF. This is an executive course for evaluation leaders. We ran a successful program in October last year. As we are speaking, Chair, the second cohort of that course is currently taking place at the National School of Government starting Monday this week to complete next week. Friday is a 2-week course that is attended by participants from over 15 different countries, from different continents, and there are about 50 of them currently at the National School of Government going through this executive course for evaluation leaders. These are some of the partnerships, Chair, as we believe, just like our colleagues from the Public Service Commissions, that partnership are the future. We're working with all these institutions, including the Civil Service College of Singapore, including the School of Oriental and African Studies in the UK, and various other partnerships that shape our work. Chair, this year, this financial year, we were also celebrating 10 years of the proclamation of the National School of Government, and we had an open week in the last calendar year from the 16th to the 20th of October to showcase, to enhance, to upskill public servants going forward. To summarize, Chair, we are seeing good performance over the 3 quarters. As you can see, Chair, that over the 3 quarters, we are seeing an increase in performance from Q1 all the way to Q3. We are confident, save for 2 or 3 areas that we are pushing through in this Q4, we are confident that we will be able to achieve all our targets for the year. When we look at finance, Chair, as you are aware, members, we have 2 accounts. One is the vote account, the other one is the trade account. With regards to the vote account, our annual budget is 229 million. If you look at it pro rata as end of December, we have a budget of about 166 million. By that period, we had been able to spend 165 million, which is about 99% of the budget for that period. When we look at the trade, this now includes the transfer from the vote, but also the revenue that I spoke about earlier, which gives us an annual budget of around 221 million. Pro rata, it was around 169 million. So far, as at end of December, we had been able to spend 171 million, which gives us just a percentage above the 100%, but during this Q4, we've been able to normalize that back to 100% expenditure for that period. If we look at our HR issues, Chair, we do have a 10.9% vacancy rate. We have interventions in place to work on these vacancies, especially with regards to retirements. We have a plan where we are looking at all those that are due to retire soon, so that by the time they retire, we would have put in place measures to fill those positions instead of waiting for the day that they will be retiring on. That therefore means if you look at our employment equity trends, we are standing at 57.6% female, which is around 50% if you isolate that for SMS. We are also worried about youth representation, Chair, but we are currently standing at 24.1%. And also with persons with disabilities, we are standing at 1.89%. The specific areas, Chair, we will not be detailing them one by one, except to focus a little bit on those 3 areas that I mentioned, which we are focusing on much more in Q4. So these are the areas that we've done well. We've achieved them in terms of all the 3 quarters that we are talking about. The one area that we are focusing on in this quarter relates to the number of mapped business processes that are in line with operations management plan. We needed to implement that. It is linked to some of the vacancies that we are having, but we're using this quarter to finalize the recruitment process so that by the end of the financial year, we could be back on track with this deliverable, Chair. This area, we've been able to achieve our goals, including this area and this area that also looks at some of the indicators with advocacy sessions, some of the indicators with regards to the performance management systems for EDT practitioners, and some of the areas with regards to accreditation of our courses, and some of the areas with regards to the number of persons trained on compulsory and demand-led interventions, including the number of courses that we develop and review in this period. The other 2 areas, Chair, that we are focusing on in this quarter to make sure that we get back on track. One relates to professionalization framework. Our intention is to agree on a memorandum of understanding with one of the professional bodies. We had to work through a number of checks, but we are confident that in Q4, we will be able to continue with the signing and the implementation of the MOU to ensure that we are on track with the professionalization framework. That's the one area, Chair. The second area relates to the skills audit area that I mentioned. We've just completed phase 1, which is the situation analysis. We will be now moving swiftly into the next phases. Part of the delay here was some of the departments that we worked on around mandate analysis. It meant that they were not yet ready for us to move into the survey work that we'll be beginning with in March. But we are now confident that with all the interactions that we've had with both the infrastructure and the frontline departments, the survey should be able to commence in earnest from next month ongoing. Chairperson, that is our story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maja. We are now taking the next presentation, the CPSI.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, to the colleagues that are online. I will be making a presentation on the performance of the CPSI for the first 3 quarters. Let me try again to project. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is, Ms. Lydia.
Okay, try to put it on. There we go. Thanks, Chairperson. We'll be covering, as I said, the first 3 quarters of this current financial year, and that's the outline of the presentation. I will skip over the first few slides as they outline the mandate of the organization. Honorable Chair, the CPSI, as members would know, it's very small. We have only 2 outcomes in the 5-year strategic plan, and our work for this financial year is actually links to the outcomes as stated there. The first outcome relates to Program 1, which is administration, and the second outcome then relates to our mandate in terms of innovative culture and practice in the public sector entrenched. This is the approach that we use. I think it's very critical for members to note how then, the targets are set. It's informed by the approach that we follow at CPSI, which includes research and development. We do a lot of testing and piloting in preparation for, mainstreaming of these innovations, because the innovation journey it's a very long journey for innovators. You need a lot of patience in terms of testing and piloting before we roll out and mainstream. I think we've learned lessons as a country that the big bang approach to implementation of this solution doesn't work. You need, to test at a limited scale before you even move to a bigger scale. We do a lot of, supporting replication. We do a lot of unearthing of innovations. We do a bit of capacitating and sharing of lessons, and the partnerships are very critical in the innovation journey. As I always say, the CPSI doesn't deliver a service. We support departments in the delivery of their mandates using innovation. I want to start with the overview of the organization. It's very small organization. As you can see, we currently have 33 posts on the establishment. Currently, the vacancy rate stands at 9.1%. And the rest of the equity stats there, 6.7% with people with disabilities. We have 60% of female employees, and then also at SMS level, we have 60% of women at SMS level. 10% of youth. I just want to qualify that, honorable members, that because of our small numbers, our numbers tend to shift quite a lot. For instance, with youth, we lost 2 youth employees. One was the intern who left at the end of December 2023. We also lost 1 systems developer that left in October. So that sort of pushed our youth representation to 10%. But we are very aware of the need to bring in more youth. As posts are put out there, we need we look out for youth to come in. But members would also want to know that youth are the current youth that we have they are quite mobile. They don't want to stay in one area for a long time. So that's why as we bring them in, if they see new opportunities, they will soon fly out. But we constantly are aware of the need to bring in more youth into the fold. Honorable members, that's our performance over the 3 quarters. We've achieved of all our targets that we set for the 3 quarters. And in the next slides, I will then unpack. I just want to highlight in this slide that the first target output with the annual target of unqualified audit opinion, we were able to achieve a clean audit, another clean audit at CPSI. And want to highlight as well that we decided as a team not to unpack the target, into bits and pieces. So when you look at this annual target, it relates to everything that relates to governance, including the 30-day payment that I will then share later on. So it's actually more difficult for you to achieve a target that is so broad because it takes a lot of things that needs to happen within an organization for one to end up achieving a clean audit. And the next 3 output indicators with the targets there, that relates to the second program, which is our mandate of public sector innovation. The first one is about knowledge platforms, very critical when you talk about innovation, that you need to sustain these platforms. That means, creating awareness, running a few workshops there and there, running a very robust awards program as well. That annual target has quarterly targets, but the next 2 don't have quarterly targets because those are annual targets. I always say when I talk about the research and development and replication of innovations, that innovation doesn't understand a 12-month cycle. It takes its own shape. You end up with some multi-year projects because you have to test and pilot, go back, look at the solution, see if it's working, go back and get feedback from the end users, have to go back and test and pilot. So it's reiterative rather than a linear process. So that's why we decided that we have annual targets for this 2 important annual targets. Doesn't mean that work is not happening over the quarters. As we report on a quarterly basis, we also provide, progress in terms of these critical targets. And you will agree with me that if we don't, deliver on these targets by the end of the Q4, it means we would not have achieved. So it also puts pressure on us to keep, looking at this, tracking these targets to make sure that we achieve. In terms of the administration, as I said, this slide just shows the track record that the CPSI has in terms of maintaining clean audits. We've been doing that since 2017-18. We had a small, backtracking in 2016-17, but we're still finding our feet, setting up governance, processes within the organization. But we're able to maintain a clean record over the past few years, as reflected in this slide. That's our track record in terms of the 30-day payment. Although we don't have a specific target on it, but we know that it's one of the issues that are being raised now and then to say we need to pay our, service providers in time to help the economy grow as well. We are able to maintain that impressive track record in terms of an average of about 3.5 days for us to pay an invoice. And I would like to share with members some of the things that we've introduced as CPSI. Thanks to the lessons that came out of COVID, we are now using electronic stamps. So at CPSI, you don't have to wait for somebody to come and stamp an invoice physically because we've created electronic stamps. So whether you are in the office or out in the field, you are able to process, enabling you to also sign online. Another important change that we made is that normally when you issue an invoice, a service provider issues an invoice, supply chain would then go to the safety net, which is a treasury, a platform to check the bank details if they are verified and tax, of tax affairs of that service provider. what we are doing at CPSI is that as you issue a purchase order, supply chain would then go and check on the safety net if, you know, the banking details are correct, are verified, and check if the tax affairs of the service provider are still in order. That's done before even delivery of services. So it makes things move faster, because sometimes it takes time for safety net to give you what you want. So I think it's one of the lessons that we normally share with other departments, that you may need to look at your processes to shorten the time it takes. And we've also instilled a culture that as the invoice hits your inbox that day, you attend to it immediately. Not saying, okay, I'll wait for them to be 10 and then start processing. So we've trained our supply chain and finance officers to prioritize payment of these invoices. The next couple of slides, Honorable Chair and members, we just wanted to share with you the projects that we've been working on in terms of development of solutions. We've been very fortunate that as CPSI, Treasury has not cut our budget in terms of, you know, this financial year. So we're able to reprioritize some goods and services budget to compensation of employees for us to create capacity. One of the things that the committee has been saying to us is that we don't have internal capacity in terms of system developers. These are the people who actually do what we call software coding, coming up with solutions and so forth. So we, in this financial year, we had 2. I had already mentioned that 1 left in October, but once we had insourced the system developers, we're able to contribute in real terms, in terms of technical skills. With this project, Gauteng Emergency Services came to us to say they want to come up with an Uber or Bolt-like application where ambulance drivers can log in to see where's the next pickup of a patient from clinic A to hospital B. There might be a patient from that very same hospital going to another facility, maybe for specialized care and so forth. So what the app does that now is that it makes initially the ambulance drivers would have to drop off a patient from clinic A to hospital B, and then go back to the base to check which other patient needs to be picked up. You'll agree with me that that would waste resources and opens up the ambulances to abuse, running them as taxis in certain instances. But with this app, as the driver drops off a patient, he would then go onto the app and check where is the next pickup, saving time. So he doesn't have to go back to the base, but will go to the next pickup and so forth. We have piloted this solution in Sidibeng, still going on in Sidibeng. Obviously, as I said, it's reiterative. You develop a solution, you have to go on site, test it with the end user. There might be a need to go back to development to tweak there and there so that it becomes more robust. So it has been co-designed with Gauteng EMS, as the custodian of this app, but we're looking at that to be replicated in other provinces as well, to try and save, save resources and not open ambulances to abuse. So you can actually, get the drivers will then get notifications of bookings, and the supervisor will be able to track where the ambulances are as well. This next one, honorable members, we've spoken about this one. This one is a multi-year project. We're working with Office of the Premier in Northern Cape for them to develop, for us to assist them to develop a virtual Tusong center. It started in the previous financial year, but it's taking time because it's a bigger project. What we do there is, because what Northern Cape said is that they only have 5 Tusong centers province-wide, and we all know how vastly geographically vast the Northern Cape is. They don't have money to set up more. So they decided that let's try and develop a virtual Tusong center so that those that are tech savvy, that can use their mobile phones and computers, should be able to access services. So we worked with them. We started with a design thinking session where we helped them to, really come up with the look and feel of what they are looking for. And this will obviously save citizens money in terms of transport and promote integrated services that we should be offering as government. This slide just shows you the progression of this, or the roadmap of this solution. We are at phase 1 now, where we're looking at whether the security on the site, the search function, internet connection, integration of services, setting up a help desk. And the province was able to negotiate for this service to be 0 rated. And I think it's one of the lessons that we need to take forward, that government services that are accessed on mobile apps should be 0 rated. The next phase would be to work on chat functionality, enabling online payments and other functionalities, cloud computing and so forth, moving forward to the third phase, where we're talking about artificial intelligence and big data as well. Once this is implemented, it will help the province to also monitor the services at their 2 centers and get an idea of where the sore points are in terms of service delivery. Under the R&D sub-program, honorable members, we also have other things that we support. I will choose 1 or 2 just to highlight. In previous portfolio committee meetings, we were asked about impact of some of our projects that we run. So in this financial year, then we decided to focus on the e-learning project. And we've assessed that. The report has been finalized. We will be sharing it with the members in the next, in the 4th quarter. We've also done a very big study, a quantitative assessment of public sector innovation. That study is underway, will be completed as well in quarter 4. And we think the timing of the report is good, in that it will inform the next 5-year plan in terms of where the mandate of this critical mandate of public sector innovation should be, where the focus should be in terms of delivery of this mandate. We're doing this study in partnership with the Science and Innovation National Advisory Council on Innovation, and we will then share what comes out of that. Another one that I want to highlight is that we have at CPSI signed an MOU with the Eastern Cape province to enable the sharing of software codes. The program that we've really nurtured since 2019 as CPSI is that we started to realize that there are soft system developers within government, and those are underutilized. Some of them are used for, desktop support. But then once we started to build a program around public sector innovation trailblazers, their profile is starting to increase, in that provinces are now realizing, and departments are now realizing, that they have, a diamond in them, in that they can solve a lot of these challenges, come up with solutions free of charge, vis-a-vis going out to the market and getting into this big, contracts that you'd have to pay license fees and so forth. So we've profiled them. I think since 2019, we've come across about 69. The number is still very small, but we are encouraging departments to use this soft system developers to develop solutions for their departments. And it is a milestone for us as CPSI that we're starting to promote that codes solutions should be developed internally. In the next slide, another program that we run, in terms of youth, we run Digital Revolution Expos annually. We've held one in June this year, where we reached in excess of 300 learners in 22 schools, and we even have, learners with disabilities. And for the first time this year, we even ran a workshop for educators, 52 of them, exposing them to what is coding, what is a drone, see a drone with your own eyes, understand how robotics work. We even have a lab for, setting up a website. a lab for how to develop a business plan and so forth. So this expo, we sort of decided to do it around June 16, but thought let's do it differently rather than doing things that are not related to their careers in future. Let's give them something that would interest them. Once we've left, they will then be able to know that there are other careers that they can explore, in the digital space. We work very well with a lot of partners in this digital revolution. We worked with NEMISA, HSRC, amongst them MICT, CETA, and youth organizations like the Geek Culture organization, where we work with them to reach youth. As you can see, we've even reached youth across the borders in Mozambique. The two replications project that we're working on for this financial year, the work has already started. One focuses on reducing, environmental footprint in terms of making sure that facilities, hospitals use the right chemicals and are not dangerous to the environment. They're disposing waste correctly and so forth, so that it's an integrated program. But in most hospitals, this is done manually. So you'd have various forms that the environmental health officer would have to fill. But with this project, what we're trying to do is to digitize all forms so that they use a mobile app to track all these elements, including waste, handling, the chemicals that the hospital uses and so forth, without causing more damage to the environment. We have invested in this project, coordinated training for health officials in a number of hospitals, and we've also bought some gadgets, 30 tablets that we have bought for the project, where the mobile app is now uploaded, and then these tablets will then be used by the health officers in those officials in those facilities. Why we do this as CPSI? You need to put some seed funding in an innovation, because it starts very small. Normally, it's just one service delivery point where a public servant would say, I need to come up with a solution for this problem. And it's very difficult for them to navigate, the system in terms of getting support. We've come across a number of projects where an employee would actually buy data from his own pocket just to make sure that what he thinks will work starts working. So the CPSI then comes in to build that, seed funding for them and assist them to elevate the project from just one side for it to be recognized. You'll be amazed how many times after our intervention that the province would then jump in to say, we want to take this further. So we act as a support, for these innovators out there. The second one as well just showcases that when we talk about innovation, it's not only about IT. We also have non-ICT innovations that we come across. And if we do, we then support them as well. This one also promotes environmental, footprint, in that what happens to all those crutches once you've used them, if you've healed. Some of them end up in dumps and waste sites and so forth. So this project then uses these old crutches to turn them into splints. It's a very technical project. Turn them into splints for patients that are waiting for operations for fractures. We know that the waiting time in hospitals is quite long. And the splint that is normally used, which is called the Thomas splint, is very, very expensive. So what happens is that the crutches then are turned, as you can see in the lower photo there, are turned into a temporary splint so that you limit damage to the patient while they wait to go into theater. We facilitating the replication of this in Gauteng and Free State. We've already conducted a workshop with health officials. Obviously, you need a doctor to be in the picture so that, it's a very technical project. As you can see, it's a life-saving project in terms of avoiding, making sure that patients don't become disabled because they were not taken care of before they were able to go for for theater, for operations. It's also cost effective then, because you then minimize the use of a Thomas splint, which is very, very expensive. We also do a lot of institutional support. Actually, when we rearranged our sub-programs in program 2, we realized that once you've developed a solution, replicated it to a number of sites, it's very difficult for us to withdraw from the project, because in most of the times, if you withdraw, then it will probably collapse. So we continue to nurture some of the projects. The digital fingerprint, I hope members remember it. It was a project that we did in 2020, in the previous financial year, but it took traction in 2023. It was not on our annual plan, but we couldn't let it go because we saw the value. What happened is that in July 2023, we then handed it over to the province. We were fortunate that the Premier came through with the MEC for the handing over of that project. And we also handed it over, launched it in Limpopo in October. And what happened in between is that our minister then wrote to the Minister of Department of Health to amend their MOU with Home Affairs to enable access of the population database for forensic pathology to be able to identify the deceased. We're watching this one very closely, and once that MOU is updated by health, we will be able to move even faster. It has actually changed a lot of lives, impacted on families where a corpse took up to 7 months to identify. The turnaround time with this solution is about 2 weeks. So you can imagine how quickly one can move, deceased bodies from mortuaries to be reunited with their families for them to be able to bury their own. The one that I want to highlight here is that we're starting to get interest from, other organizations like the NPA. As I'm currently talking to members now, we have a workshop with the Productivity SA. They came to us to say, please assist us in our innovation journey. So we're working with NPA has reached out to us with their aspirant prosecutor program. We're already starting them to map out their processes, because we can't digitize, there's a saying that says garbage in, garbage out, to make sure that your processes are good and efficient before you even think of digitizing. We will probably take this on forward in the next financial year to see whether they'll be able to come up with a solution for their program. I've already mentioned the design thinking workshops. Honorable members, with this one, we as CPSI, we're not really running training sessions as NSG would. We're actually we worked with NSG. They've already developed an online design thinking course, which is accredited. With us, it's just creating workshops, running workshops. But what we're trying to do now, like we are doing today with Productivity SA, is to facilitate sessions where they come up with a real challenge and we take them through the design thinking tools and approach, so that by the time of the session tomorrow, they will know exactly what their mobile app will look like, even if it's on paper, but they'll have a good idea. So it starts with, a whole process where you empathize with the problem, you identify the problem, you try to be the client and really interrogate what is the problem before you even come up with a solution. So we'll share what the outcome of this Productivity SA workshop later on once the project is running. Some of the innovations that the programs that we run, members would know our conference, we call it a community of practice, where we bring in innovators together to share innovation, projects, thought leadership, global thought leadership in terms of where the public sector innovation mandate is going globally. We also have the awards program that we run in terms of, trying to find what public servants are doing out there. We use that program to identify, to unearth, find the innovations and elevate them. We also work in the continent. We support APAM with their Innovative Management Award. We work with the OECD or OPSI, which is Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. We also work with the United Nations with a committee of experts in public administration. In terms of finance, we had planned to spend for the 3 quarters just over 34 million, but we were able to spend 31.3 million, which is about 91% of the budget. We had a little bit of underspending of 8.5%. And if you go to compensation of employees, we spend about 89% of our budget. And the only challenge there is that the post of the executive director is still vacant. We also have HR clerk and receptionist posts that are vacant, but they are subject to the moratorium of the filling of posts. And as an organization, we also agree that they are not that critical for us to ask for permission to fill the post. The only post that's critical at CPSI currently is the system developer post, because it's impacting on the development projects. So we are in the process of requesting permission to fill that one as a critical post so that we're able to finish our deliverables for this financial year, and also the development projects that are coming up in the next financial year. Under goods and services, we spend about 89.9% of our budget. I would like to highlight to members that it may look like it's high, but our budget is linked to our projects, and most of our projects run in the 2nd and 3rd quarter. So by the 4th quarter, we are left with 1 or 2 things that we need to wrap up. But basically, the bulk of the work happens in the 2nd and 3rd quarter. So if you look at, the CFO can confirm as well from DPSA, our drawings from DPSI are then related to what we think would need for that quarter, so that we shouldn't ask for more than what we need or too little as well, to avoid unnecessary underspending or overspending. This slide, honorable members, I just wanted to show you that the sub-programs spending, as you can see, the executive support, which is ES, right at the top there, the spending is around 40%. That's where the post of the ED is. Hence, it's sort of dragging down the spending a bit because that post is still vacant. But as you can see, with all the sub-programs, our spending is quite, good. And we are confident that by the end of the financial year, we'll be able to spend most of our budget, give or take, that we are unable to spend some of the compensation of budget because of the vacancies that we have. The slide here just shows, in terms of comparing the projected expenditure versus the actual expenditure by economic classification as well, just to show that how close we are in terms of what we said we'll spend and what we actually spent over the three quarters. I thank you.
Thank you, CPSI and Ms. Lydia. The last presentation then is the Department of Public Service and Administration, DPSA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of PSC, Commissioners, DGs, and the colleagues. I will be presenting on the performance of the Department of Public Service and Administration in the previous 3 quarters of the financial year. Allow me, Chairperson, not to go through the mandate of the department and focus mainly on the key achievements of the department. I'll start first, Honorable Chair, by highlighting some of the key achievements by the department, where the initiatives were led by the Minister and the Deputy Minister on the outreach programs. Some of the outreach programs were announced, other ones were unannounced, and also the service delivery outreach programs, together with the back to school service delivery programs. I also highlight, Chairperson, the performance of the department in terms of stakeholder relations, where we engage with various stakeholders, be it locally in the country, in the SADC, and outside of the country, where we are building relations as part of enhancing our administration. We further, Chairperson, have established a mechanism. As our mandate is to set the norms and standard, we have established the mechanisms where we are evaluating as to whether those norms and standards are implemented effectively, and also whether there are any implementation challenges. And this layer of mechanism is when the DG of the DPSA meet with various heads of corporate services in the country for all the departments to discuss those various regulations. In terms of our performance at high level, during the first quarter, we achieved 73% of our targets, and 27% of our targets were not achieved as at the end of first quarter. I'll take the members through the details of the performance. In the second quarter, we were able to achieve 69% of our targets, and 31% of our targets were not achieved. And also, we were able to achieve 79% of our target as at the end of the third quarter. In terms of the detailed breakdown of the performance, with regard to the first program, which is administration, all the planned targets that were supposed to be delivered, the program was able to deliver in terms of reviewing the public service regulations, in terms of reviewing the determination and issue the reviewed determination to the department, and also to compile the BBBEE compliance status report. The second program, the overview of the performance, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is with regard to human resource management and development. In this program, Honorable Chair and the members, we issued the directive on the mandatory in-service training. Now, this directive was to ensure that our officials in the public service are capacitated to ensure that they render effective and efficient services. Unfortunately, the first quarter target and the second quarter target were not achieved. However, I'll take through the members on the status as set to date. We were able to catch up. In quarter three, we were able to conduct the planned implementation support programs with 45 departments. With regard to the annual target of the implementation of the human capital strategy, we couldn't achieve the target in the first quarter, which was mainly to approve the strategy, but we were able to perform in terms of the second quarter and the third quarter, finally having the strategy approved. In terms of the professionalization framework, we planned initially to have the directive on this implementation of professionalization framework issued in the first quarter. However, we were not able to achieve that, Honorable Chair. In second quarter, we were able to support 108 departments on the implementation of the professionalization framework. And in the third quarter, we were able to issue the directive on the implementation of the professionalization framework. With regard to the third program, which is labor relation and negotiations, we planned to have our negotiation processes completed at the beginning of the financial year. However, we could not complete the process. I'll update the members on the next slide on the status as it up to date. With regard to personal expenditure review, we conducted this process for us to can have the baseline information that will inform our remuneration policy of our public service. And this exercise was concluded and we were able to have the report consulted with the PSCB. In terms of implementation of the outcomes of the reports, those activities are planned for 24-25 financial year after completing the remuneration policy. With regard to the remuneration policy itself, we were able to develop the policy, and that policy was consulted, and we're looking at having this policy fully implemented in the next financial year. With regard to the job evaluation system, we targeted to test the system with the departments or the entities which are reporting to the ministry or to the portfolio of Minister MPSA, which is the DPSA, NSG, and CPSI. We were able to develop the terms of reference for the appointment of the service provider. We were able to procure the licenses, and we have commenced with the upgrade of the system for us to be able to pilot the system. In terms of the research to inform the provisioning for post-provision norms and standard, we were not able to only achieve the second target, but I'll abreast the members of the status asset up to date. With regard to the guide to support public servants who witness corruption in terms of protecting them as whistleblowers, we were able to draft that guide, and that guide was subsequently consulted with the Office of Witness Protection. It was also consulted with the State Security Office, so that when the OPSC implement that witness protection safe house from the DPSA side, we are able to issue the guides to inform the public servants of their protection when they blow the whistle. With regard to the monitoring of departments to reduce their case backlog, here we used to have challenge members with regard to the resolution of the backlog cases. We engaged on a process of targeting those departments with high backlog numbers which were not moving, engaging with those departments to see what are the bottlenecks, what are the challenges, and how can they be further supported for them to be able to reduce their case backlogs. And in this instance, those departments are coming forth. There's positive movement in how they are resolving those cases. One of the targets that we have also under the same program, NLRRM, was to review the disciplinary code. We did drafted or review the code, consulted the code with the Labor Forum, and in terms of the last Q3 performance, we were not able to achieve the final target of ensuring that the disciplinary code is finally approved after consultation, but I'll abreast the members of where we are in this regard. The next target was with regard to the lifestyle audit. As the members are aware of the process of lifestyle audit, what we did as the DPSA, we targeted those non-compliant departments who are not implementing lifestyle audit, and we engaged with them with the support, and we were able to assist them to implement the process, to start implementing the process. If, for example, they need capacity building, they need the guidance, they need the tools, we were able to directly assist them in order for them to comply and start implementing the lifestyle audit process. The last target in this program was with regard to the directive on the roles of ethics officers. So this target was also achieved in all the 3 quarters, where we were able to conduct a research, draft the directive, and consult that directive in order for us to can implement it and approve it with basic information required. The next program is the EGSIM, which is the Government Information System, where we focus on the digitalization solutions. So for the first annual target, we targeted to have the digitalization solution of the mapped business processes for 4 solutions. we were able to achieve the target for the 3 quarters. Each quarter we targeted one solution. And also we targeted to support the departments to implement the directives that we have issued. For example, we have issued the directives such as the Corporate Governance of ICT Directive, the Usage of Cloud Computing Directive, and also the Information Security Directive. So we were able to support the departments to implement those issued directives. In Q1, 42 departments were supported because we want to see full implementation at the end of the day of these directives. In Q2, we were able to support 41 departments, Q3, 41 departments as well. We also planned to monitor compliance with those directives and policies to make sure that over and above the department saying they are implementing, from our side as the DPSA, we are able to see progress in terms of implementation, and we were able to develop the monitoring indicators where we automate the data collection for us now to monitor that process electronically. In terms of the last program, which is government services, GSI, we were able to conduct our support program. Here, Honorable Chair, we have that interesting program of organizational functionality assessment, where we assess the departments as to whether they do have the capability and the capacity to deliver effectively. We were able to support all those departments that we targeted to support in all the 3 quarters. Q1, 82 departments, Q2, and cumulatively, we were able to support 118 departments. The second target in this program, we planned to implement business process modernization program. With business process modernization, we're looking at transforming how services are rendered so that we can have that citizen-centric service delivery, which are improved to add value to the citizens of South Africa. So we were able to support 82 national departments and provincial departments on how they can modernize their services. And in the second quarter, we were able to support 41 national and provincial departments. And also we were able to support further 40 departments. In terms of the support now on the implementation of the revised Batupele strategy, we targeted to support the departments on implementing this strategy to make sure that we are able to have those services that are rendered putting Batupele first. So we were able to support all those targeted departments, which is 41 departments per quarter. In terms of implementing the Public Service Charter, honorable members and the chair will recall that the Public Service Charter looks at the partnership between the state, the public servants, and the citizens, and the standard of service on how we're going to render that service. So we were able to support the departments, but I must indicate, Chair, here that in terms of the first quarter and the second quarter, we did not achieve our target, but I'm going to appraise the members of where we are as at to date. Continuing with the same program of GSI, we have the African peer review mechanism. Here we're looking at assessing ourselves and assessing each other. It's the African-led platform, and in line with Article 3, Section 1 of APRM statute, we look at implementing the National Plan of Action, because here we assess as to whether we are implementing the good corporate governance as the country in terms of public administration. And we held various sessions. For example, in the first quarter, we had a session with National Treasury, COGTA, National Department of Justice, and also in the second quarter, we held various sessions as well with COGTA, and we were able to have participate in the conference. In terms of the next target of monitoring now the research study, here, members, honorable members, and honorable chair, the DPSA conducted a research to look at the state of service delivery in the public service. and we identified 5 service delivery departments. In the first quarter, unfortunately, we could not achieve the target. I'll appraise the members on the next slide on where we are in terms of the first quarter target. In the second quarter, we were able to support the 3 departments to implement those recommendations in order for the service delivery to be improved. Together with the third quarter, we were able to support 2 departments. With regard to the last target of the integrated service delivery improvement policy, here we're looking at having the policy that will improve how we integrate our services. We developed the service delivery draft policy and it was consulted internally. We were planning to have the policy finalized at the end of the second quarter. However, we could not achieve the finalization of the policy and the implementation thereof. I must indicate, Honorable Chair and the members, that the catch-up plans were implemented and those catch-up plans assisted us to achieve those targets that were outstanding in the various quarters. I'll start with the program 2 HRM&D. The target that was not achieved in first quarter of having the human capital strategy approved was subsequently approved, and the strategy was approved in the second quarter. And together with the implementation of the strategy, the second draft thereof, we were able to have the second draft of the strategy and the implementation approved at the end of the third quarter. With regard to the professionalization framework, we planned to have the framework, the directive on the implementation of the framework issued at the end of the first quarter. However, we couldn't implement the directive or issue the directive, as the Honorable Chair and the members will recall that the directive was only finalized in October 2023. We are reporting, Honorable Chair and the members, that we subsequently were able to issue the directive in the fourth quarter. With regard to the mandatory in-service training, we targeted to have 60 departments supported in the first quarter and 61 in the second quarter. We are reporting, Honorable Chair, that we were able to catch up and those targeted departments were supported. With regard to the third program of NLRRM, regarding the conclusion of the labor relation processes or the bargaining processes, we planned to have the process concluded in the first quarter. However, we couldn't conclude the processes, but we implemented mechanisms and the remedial actions, and we were able to catch up, and the process was concluded in the third quarter. With regard to the research report, we planned to have the norms and standard finalized, the process finalized, and consult the report in the second quarter. I can confirm, Chair, that we were able to conclude the process of consultation with the various stakeholders. With regard to the same program, NLRRM, the monitoring of backlog cases, the target that we did not achieve was with regard to 50% of the departments who are having the highest backlog, to engage with them, see what are the bottlenecks, and deal with supporting them and see the trend on the downward spiral. We subsequently were able to support those 50% of departments, and that process was done in the third quarter. There's a process that we have embarked on as well, Honorable Chair and the members, of reviewing the Public Service Integrity Management Framework. This framework, we want to check as to whether it is assisting us on implementing or institutionalizing integrity and ethics in the public service. We are here now doing this process with the external service provider because we have implemented this framework, and now we are reviewing this framework. Here we are reporting, Honorable Chair and the members, that the process was a bit delayed because the procurement processes was affected by the fact that at the beginning of the process, we could not get the service provider who was meeting the requirements. We then had to restart the process, but I must indicate, Chair, that we have subsequently advertised, and we are hopeful that we will be able to achieve the target. With regard to the revised disciplinary code, we planned to consult the code in the third quarter, and I can confirm, Chair, that status as at to date, we managed to consult the draft disciplinary code in the fourth quarter. With regard to the last program of government service delivery, we planned to support the departments, and the support was going to follow after the issuance of the directive. But due to the delays internally of issuing the directive, we couldn't achieve the first and the second quarter target. Honorable Chair and the members, we were able to catch up. The directive was issued in the third quarter, and we were able to support those targeted 50% departments with the implementation of the directive. With regard to the implementation of the recommendations of the research study, which looks at the state of service delivery, the first quarter target, which was to identify the departments where the service delivery has to be improved and engage them on the implementation of the recommendations, was not achieved. I can confirm, Chair, that as at to date, we were able to consult and engage those departments on the implementation of the research study recommendation. And lastly, with the integrated service delivery policy, we targeted to have the policy consulted at the beginning of the financial year, which is the first quarter. I can confirm that, Chair, we were able to catch up with the service delivery improvement policy, and it was subsequently consulted. After taking into consideration, Honorable Chair, the catch-up plans and the remedial actions, our performance was assessed to look at the adjusted performance. In terms of the adjusted performance, initially before we implemented the catch-up plan, we were standing at 73%. However, after implementing the measures to catch up with achieving those targets that we couldn't achieve in the respective quarters, Quarter one, we are currently now standing at 97%, together with the second quarter, and the third quarter, we are currently standing at 82%. In terms of the status of our compensation and employee, Honorable Chair, we currently having 361 positions that are filled, and we do have 41 vacant positions. Now here, Chair and Honorable Chair, we do have a slight challenge that we are having the budget cuts from National Treasury, meaning that the 59 vacant positions have to be reprioritized. Look at those positions that are having a high impact on our delivery as the department. And in that process of reprioritization, about 26 or so positions were reprioritized out of 54 positions that are vacant. And I should indicate, Honorable Chair and the members, that this reprioritization would probably impact even our performance in terms of rendering the service, but we are implementing internal mechanism of doing more with less of the resources that we currently having. In terms of the vacancy rate, we are now standing at 12.92%, because what we are doing as the department, we promote the internal resources, like building capability internally, promoting our own timbers, and that adversely affect our turnaround time on the overall vacancy rate. With regard to the compliance with the equity standards, persons with disability, we're supposed to achieve 2%. Here we were able to achieve the target. We are currently standing at 2.21%. Similarly, with women at senior management positions, we are currently standing at 54.5%. We have achieved this 2 target. The target that we have not yet achieved, that we are striving to achieve, because we have assessed and identified the gap that it might not necessarily be the DPSA as a department which is not achieving, but it might even cut across the sector as a whole. We even came up with the mechanism of issuing a directives on the recruitment in order for us to be able to recruit youth who necessarily don't have experience. For example, in terms of the entry positions, we do not require the experience. So some of the mechanisms that we have implemented as the department to address this non-compliance or this target. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to now hand over to our CFO, Mr. Masilo Makura, to take us through the financial report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Tumelo. Good day, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, colleagues, all protocol observed. Let me finalize the presentation of DPSA with these 3 slides on the financial performance. As we can see on this slide, we indicating the program performance of the department as at the end of the 31st of December 2023. Administration is the support branch, which is the biggest branch in the department because it plays a role of supporting the other programs. We have program 2 up to program 5 with the budget of 270 million. We had spent 69% of that budget as at the end of December. Our biggest or our cost drivers in this branch is the payment of office accommodation to DPWI, as well as communication services, and one of our cost drivers is also IT services that support the department as a whole. Obviously, there are delays in terms of some of the SETA invoices that we at the end of each and every month we have to follow up so that we can be able to be in line with our projected expenditure. Human resource management and development, they're in line in terms of their financial performance. The budget of 47 million, they've spent 73% of the budget. They are very close to 75%. Negotiations, labor relations and management, their budget of 89 million. They have spent 66% of the budget. This branch hosts the TAU unit, the technical assistant unit, the one that deals with issues around the lifestyle audits. We also host in this branch the e-disclosure system, and that includes the invoices that we have to follow up on a regular basis with SETA on the invoices of the e-disclosure. So the slight lower spending as at the end of December, it's because the invoices always come in the following month on the e-disclosure. E-government services and information management, program 4, their budget is 24 million and they've spent 55% of their budget. This branch basically they've got a lot of savings in terms of their budget, because what they do is they do more with legal. So they have opted to host most of their activities online rather than continuously going to the provinces. So most of their meetings as well as some consulting work, they do it online. So there's a bit of savings under this rather than underspending. Government services, access and improvement, which is the last branch, their budget is 63 million and they spend 64% of their budget. And also this branch also has implemented some cost saving measures, and they also adhere to the cost containment measures of National Treasury. They have reduced a lot in terms of traveling. So there's a lot of savings that have been realized under this branch on traveling, which is in line with the cost containment measures that were sent to the departments last year from National Treasury. all in all, as DPSA, we have spent 67.7 or 68% of our budget as at the end of December, leaving 32% of the budget to spend in the last quarter. As indicated earlier on, Honorable Chair, the Center for Public Service Innovation forms part of our budget. They form part of the vote 11. So their budget is 45,894,000. I can confirm that that also corresponds with what the House Leader has presented earlier on. And we have transferred 34,277,000, which is equivalent to 74 or 75% of their budget. That amount that we have transferred is also corresponds with their financial information that they have just presented. The entire budget, total budget vote for the budget for the vote is equivalent to 541 million. And this includes the 11 million that was cut during the adjusted estimates by National Treasury due to mandatory budget cuts. If we go to the next slide, the next slide, this slide, we just indicating the information in terms of the economic classification, compensation of employees for the department, the budget of 294 million. We have spent 71% of that budget. It has been indicated earlier on the budget cuts that we received on compensation of employees, which are equivalent to 66 million over the MTF. So we are currently working on reducing and making sure that we reprioritize the critical posts because not all the 54 vacant posts are now funded. So those 54 vacant posts are not 66 million of that. It's no longer funded. So we have to reduce the vacancy at least so that we can be in line with our budget and avoid unauthorized expenditure at the end of the year. Goods and services, the budget is 186 million, and we have spent 62% of that budget. Some of the reasons I've already indicated, but generally we are also adhering to the cost containment measures by National Treasury, and we have reduced on the travel expenditure, the items, printing items, as well as capital expenditure. And as such, we anticipate some underspending as at the end of the financial year due to the fact that we have implemented the cost containment measures. And that's basically what National Treasury is expecting from departments to reduce spending so that we can return some money so that it can be reprioritized for other priorities. So, but that implementation of the cost containment measures will not deter the department from achieving all its target. Transfers and subsidies, 552 million of the budget. We've spent 77% of that budget. That includes transfers to CPSI, as well as payment of leave gratuities to those who have retired from the department. Payment of capital assets, which is the capital budget, 7 million. We have spent 55% of the budget. As I indicated, we have had to postpone some of the spending on capital assets, particularly on purchasing of computer services, computer laptops, due to the cost containment measures guidelines that outlines that we should postpone some of the capital expenditure. In terms of this slide, which is the last slide, Honorable Chair, these are just some of the Treasury and PFMA compliance issues. 30 days payment. As at the end of December, we have processed about 2,903 invoices. And out of that, all those invoices were being processed within 30 days. We don't have a challenge when it comes to this area. We have excelled on this area. This is one of the areas that we have excelled in the past 10 years. So as I speak as well, currently we don't have any challenges. All our payments have been processed within the timeline. Irregular, fruitless, irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure, we don't have any as we speak. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well, we don't have any fruitless and wasteful expenditure as we speak. Honorable Chair, that brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boitumelo and Mr. Makhura. Honorable members, that's the last presentation from the DPSA. I will then take hands for clarities, questions, and whatever. But just before, I think from my side, I've got only one question for the NSG and also one for the CPSI. In fact, in the NSG, I want to check to what extent is the skills audit focusing on local government municipalities. Now that we all understand there are some capacity challenges in some municipalities, and also on the CPSI, and I'm interested on the impact of the Tusong service centers and what are their performance analytics and also their potential that is existing. If you can understand, because we understand we once have an oversight. Lantika, we went for oversight in some of the Tusong centers in some provinces, and we realized there are some challenges, weaknesses, and obvious they are not effective. So I want to check the impact of the Tusong centers and also their performance and also their potential in terms of its existence. So I will then take hands, honorable members. I will start with Honorable Notnachal, followed by Maneli, and followed by Honorable Komane, then Honorable Kibi, then the last person, Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Notnachal, Honorable Maneli will follow, Honorable Komane will follow, Honorable Maneli, Honorable Kibi, and then Honorable Ntuli.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody on the platform. I would just like to say thank you for this comprehensive presentations that we received. I've got two questions to National School of Government. The first one will be, what impact will the skills audit have, and should such an intervention be implemented? My next question is, what capacity is required to undertake an effective skills audit? Then a question to CPSI. How does the extent of connectivity, efficiency, and access by public service institutions impact the e-government drive? That will be my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, let me also appreciate the three presentations as received. Starting with the Public Service and Administration, Chairperson, in terms of the professionalization framework, Chair, I would like to check as to which areas of professional framework do necessitate legislative reform to give effect to the recommendations of the framework. Also, Chairperson, whether there is a statutory requirement to conduct lifestyle audits. If not, why not make it a statutory requirement, since lifestyle audits are not ones of exercise? So if government is committed in uprooting corruption. Then coming to NSG, Chair, I would also like to check if In terms of the targeted generation, they had initially targeted 44 million in 23-24 financial year, and were able to generate about 7.8 million. So is this an indication that the school is comfortably sorted with budget constraints? Also, Chairperson, what are the project's key milestones, and how will that and how will the data that will be extracted be used for intervention within the program life cycle? Also, Chairperson, why does the skills audit have a long lifeline? In terms of the CPSI, Chairperson, my two questions will be: what is the impact of Tusong Service Center, and what are the performance analytics, and what potential exists there? Then lastly, what is entailed in the MOU with Wits University? Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Komane.
Thank you once more, Chair. And let us also join the queue in welcoming all the presentations, Chair. My first questions would then go to the DPSA. And one cannot overemphasize the question on lifestyle audits that was raised by Honorable Maneli. However, Chair, the next question would then be, because there's a mandatory in-service training by the DPSA, and there's little progress, if not none, what are the hindrances in the public service in implementing this mandate? Because the progress in that regard is very little. And Chair, again, 54 vacant posts have been highlighted. And one would ask, in which levels are they post, Chairperson? And further to NSG, Chair, there's 102 resignations and retirement at the NSG. We acknowledge that the resignations are unpredicted, but Chairperson, retirements are in advance to close the gap of the retirements. And Chair, let us compliment the NSG for generating funds. One would then ask to say, does this mean the NSG has outlived the budget constraints? And then, Chair, the next question to the NSG still would then be, the school was in partnership with Gauteng COGTA. What was the role of the school in this partnership? And finally, to CPSI Chair, there's a memorandum of agreement with the vets, details of that memorandum of agreement. And then lastly, Chair, to CPSI, the presentation spoke to youth digital skills. And then one would then ask, Kuti, how do the CPSI track the trained youth when there are vacancies so that they can see the results of their trainings or those youth being incorporated through employment in our road to fighting youth unemployment? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good day, Honorable Chair and the Honorable members and everybody on the platform. Let me also join my colleagues in welcoming and appreciating the presentations of today, from the first presentation up to the last one. Thank you so much for the job well done. One is really impressed to see ENSG specializing on achieving its what you call its targets, especially in exceeding their targets in terms of learners that they targeted. They trained more than what they, more than their target, and also on the issue of fundraising, as it has already been raised by the other speakers before me. It really shows that the school is doing its best to make sure that it also adds to building this successful and capable state that we are living in. Honorable Chair, my question to NSG would be, what is the exact budget ceiling on compensation of employees, and how many vacancies are impacted? And my second one would be, what is the extent of the development of professional bodies in the public service, and what global practices exist with regards to their role? My question to CPSI, which innovation can be massified, and are there existing plans to support it? On EDPSA, professionalization of the framework, what kind of support? I think one comrade, honorable member, have asked this one. What kind of support did the department give to government departments on the professionalization framework? Is the support making an impact in implementing the framework? Those are my questions, Honorable Chair, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. Honorable Ntuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, greetings, everyone in the platform. I'm joining my colleagues in welcoming the presentations. And indeed, that's the journey that we've traveled with DPSA and also the entities. Chair, I've been covered in some of the questions that I've jotted down here. But with DPSA, I wanted to check something in terms of youth employment. Not employment per se. In terms of youth in the department. What is the problem of the absorption of youth? Hence today's youth, we've got graduates, they've been in various departments as interns, but again, the presenter even said with youth, it's overall, it's not only DPSA. Why is our government not absorbing youth in this extent? If really DPSA can just expatiate on youth, because for me, if this government is not supporting youth fully, what is the future of this country then? And two, if can DPSA give a guide to this portfolio committee? Now we are towards the end of the term, but there is this issue of the scope of the AG in terms of the vacancies. To say if it's within 10%, it's fine. Then my question is, what about those vacancies? Aren't they critical? Aren't they necessary? Not only for DPSA. I think DPSA can give a guide throughout this regard. Why do we rely on 10% to say 10% is fine? Because for me, if you are short of people sweeping or people cleaning in the department, or that means there is a shortage of the workforce. The department is lacking its workforce. But what is the projection of DPSA as a department in this regard? Who does the work of the 10% if the 10% is not there? If I can then move forward, Chair. I heard my colleagues. I heard my colleagues really asking in terms of conducting lifestyle audits. But again here, yini lelikhuni kangaka DPSA? Tina, as this portfolio committee, we are now at the edge of finishing the term. Hence, we started the term with you, DPSA. We've been talking this lifestyle audit, lifestyle. What is it that is so hard in conducting lifestyle? I understand that the question has been asked before, but really, this question is its own in the flesh. Again, Chair, in terms of vacancy rate and budget cuts, how critical are the 54 vacant posts, and in which salary level are these posts? Would the budget cuts impact on filling these posts? That's all for now for DPSA. Hence, I said I've been covered on some of the questions that have been asked by my colleagues earlier on. With NSG, NSG, for me, would love to commend NSG for growing. But one would love to check as to how NSG is going to fast track this issue of signing of the MOU. Hence, this MOU is very critical in terms of realization of the huge dream that should come through on professionalization. And we really commend NSG in this regard, and indeed professionalization of public service is your baby, NSG. But how fast can you move in signing this MOU? Again, we wanted to recommend to commend NSG for expanding the training of boards and entities, because it is this committee that kept on saying the boards and entities shouldn't be left outside. And lastly, NSG, the causes that are done in partnership with the international countries, your Singapore, your UK. One wanted to check as to what is these causes bearing in terms of certificates. Are these partnership maybe, I'm just checking, maybe coming out with the producing the international certificate? One is just checking, hence you are flying high, but whilst flying high, what are the benefits of flying high? On CPSI, no, CPSI, we are manager vacancy rate, and umuntu uyazibuza ukuthi laba bantu ababeqashiwe ekuqaleni babengadingeki yini vele, uma kuthiwa hayi ngoba ke we are within that 10%. Hayi mina u-DPSA akaka, it's only DPSA can bail out the country here, because the day DPSA aphume ne framework ngempela ezosho ukuthi each position emsebenzini ine meaning yayo. Akekho umuntu ovakashile ukuthiwa ke kulungile ungekho sosala siqhubeka. Ubani, who does the work of the 10%? But it's safe to say CPSI, mina ngiyanikhomenda nje ngoba phela nani ku-Hollywood, naphuma ngempela Hollywood, ngiyanikhomenda. But again, CPSI umuntu want to check ukuthi with annual targets format due to projections, mna that is very general, but mina I'm looking at this obviously ukuthi mhlambe sisadinga or mina I'm missing something. Mhlambe sisadinga nathi i-training kulama annual targets, ukuthi you go and check and you go back and check and go back. I understand your projection. Mhlambe ngelinye ilanga because you are on a innovative, you will come up with some innovations as to what do we call this? Are these targets? If you leave them for it's very general, firstly. If you leave them for the whole year, to be precise. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntuli. I will then first give the NSG to respond, followed by CPSI and then the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. Much appreciated. From the National School of Government, there were a number of questions raised which we will respond to, Chair. The first question was raised by yourself, Chair. One question in relation to the skills audit and whether we are working with local government. Because the instruction from the President was specifically focused on infrastructure and frontline departments, and we just starting off with a sample of 8 departments, we've not yet been able to move into local government per se. However, one of the 8 departments that we've included is COGTA, and we are hoping that the skills audit that we'll be doing with COGTA National will begin to give us insights as to the 3 layers, national, provincial, and local level, and what linkages and or connections there might be in relation to municipalities. So we are hoping that we will begin to gain some information that will talk to local government through the inclusion of the National Department of Honorable North Nagel raised the issue also around the skills audit. Questions raised by Honorable North Nagel, what is the impact of the skills audit and what capacity is needed to do it? But I would, with your permission, Chair, want to also link it to the question raised by Honorable Maneli as to why is the skills audit having such a long lifespan. Now, there are, so I'll deal with both the 3 questions from the 2 honorable members because it talks to the methodology, it talks to the capacity needed. We are working very closely with the Department of Public Service Administration, our sister department, but more importantly, and this was also the instruction from the President, we're working with the Human Sciences Research Council on this project. The skills audit is a very detailed work that we are doing, which by its very nature takes time, Chairperson. So, for example, in the 6 steps that I was raising in our presentation, part 1, which is what we've just concluded, we needed to look at each of these departments and be able to define their mandate, be able to capture their mission, be able to define what their present jobs are. And then we had to look at what are their set job performance standards as current. And also we had to look at how have they defined for themselves, how have they defined the skills requirements for each job. So this was largely a desktop review, a document review that has taken months for us to conclude. And this is what has allowed us to have phase 1, what we call a situational analysis. We then use this information, Chair, to move on to part 2, which is the survey that we will be conducting to assess what skills are available in each of these departments. So that will be a few months' work in that regard, because now this one is field work, this is raw data that we'll be generating, and this is raw data that we'll be collecting across the different departments. That will allow us, Chair, to move on to the last part, which we hope to conclude by the end of the next financial year, which is to compare what are the present skills vis-a-vis those that are required. So we are now beginning to look at the gaps. What are the gaps? And then to be able to recommend some possible interventions. So the impact will be to assist government to know what skills does it require and what skills are available and what gaps exist in that regard. So it's a very cumbersome process, but we are hoping that at the end of it, we'll be able to have a very good picture of our capability as a state to deliver on the work that we are supposed to deliver on. The question, Chair, raised by Honorable Maneli also related to revenue generation and whether that is an indication of us being comfortable. With your permission, Chair, I would like to link that question to the issue of whether does it mean with the revenue we've raised, we are able to outlive the budget constraints, that the budget cuts? The answer is no, Chair. Yes, we are raising the funding that we are raising and we are using it to run our trade, but it is still not sufficient because the amount that we get through the vote is not sufficient to run the institution, especially in the context of the expanded mandate that we're working under. So that is why the repositioning of the National School of Government remains critical, remains work that we will be doing going forward. And we hope that once that process is concluded, it should be able to define a much steadier funding model for the National School of Government that could assist us to embrace much more comfortably this expanded mandate, to expand our capacity to do the things that we're increasingly required to do. So we raise these funds, but they are more just a stopgap measure at the moment. Honorable Komani raised two issues with us. And the first one is around vacancies and that we can do more to plan for retirement in terms of the vacancies, and that is correct, and that is what we are doing. We've already engaged all those that will be retiring in the next 5 years to talk around succession planning, to talk around mentoring, but also to begin to plan ahead so that by the time those that are due to retire, we would have been able to put in place systems and processes that would allow us to fill those gaps immediately and not wait for those posts to be vacant for a long time before we. The second issue Honorable Komani raises is, of course, the issue of whether we've outlived the budget constraints, which I've dealt with when dealing with the issue of revenue generation raised by Honorable Maneli. Honorable Kibi was asking whether what is the role of Gauteng COGTA in our partnership with them as a National School of Government. What we do, Chair, in all our programs that we develop, we make sure that we work with the relevant government departments that will be directly affected and or impacted by our programs to ensure relevance, to ensure responsiveness. Now, in our work on the program that we've been doing with regards to the district development model, we saw it fit to partner with Gauteng COGTA so that as we develop this intervention, this training program that is focusing on the district development model, we do so taking advantage of the lived experience using one provincial government, and in this case it's Gauteng, so that our intervention remains relevant and responsive and can assist with the practice around DDM going forward. The issue of Honorable Kibi raises the issue of professional bodies. Yes, the professionalization framework is doing something which we really think is important for the country. One of the things that it is doing, which hasn't been done before, Chair, is to introduce the need to belong to professional bodies by many of us who are in the public sector. To introduce this, what we are trying to do is explore what we call a third layer of consequence management, so that the issue of consequence management is no longer just between the employer and the employee, but we're introducing a third player with regards to professional bodies. It's a standard practice in the private sector, even in South Africa. In the finance sector, if you belong to a professional body, it can assist in terms of your appointment, your employment, but it can also assist in terms of you being disbarred and or excluded from practicing in that field. So it's part of this merit-based system that we hope to build linked to the professionalization framework. Now, Honorable Kibi also raised the issue of what is the exact budget saving on compensation of employees. At the moment, Chair, up to December, it's around 2%. So the budget saving is negligible at around 2%. Because partly this is a moving target, people come and go, we replace, people come and go. And our interventions so far have allowed us to keep the budget savings below R1 million with the 3 quarters looked at, and we hope to keep on improving on that process going forward. Honorable Ntuli raises the issue of the MOU with professional bodies and how are we going to be able to fast track that. A lot of the spade work, Honorable Ntuli and Chair, has already been done to fast track the signing of that MOU with professional bodies, including engaging with the South African Qualifications Authority to check whether those professional bodies that we are envisaging to enter into MOUs with are registered and accredited by SAQA. And that work has now been concluded, which then enables us to go into the signing of those MOUs fully cognizant of the fact that these are legit bodies that are properly registered. The issue of international costs that Honorable Ntuli raises, that is part of the leverage that our partnerships with these international bodies gives us. Many of these institutions are respected internationally. Many of them have, over many years, gained a reputation that is respected worldwide in their respective fields. These are some of the areas that we have not yet developed our own competencies as National School, can provide internationally recognized interventions and or qualifications. And these partnerships allow us to do that, whether it be with INSEAD, whether with the London School of Economics, UCL. All these partnerships give us that leverage that allows us to provide certification around these courses that is recognized internationally and respected. In my view, those are the questions to ask the Council of Government. We are happy to add if we've forgotten any other parts. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maja. CPSI.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will ask Pierre, with your permission, Chair, to respond to the questions from members, the first 4 members. I will come and answer the last 2 questions. Thank you. Pierre?
Good afternoon, members, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll reflect on the questions relating to the Tusong centers and connectivity and the MOU, as well as the youth development. With regards to the Tusong Service Centers performance analytics, I would also request DPSA to reflect on this question, because between GCIS and DPSA, they did a comprehensive report in 2018-19 to look at the performance of these Tusong centers. Suffice to say that this is the reason why we have initiated this project as well, to deal with some of the gaps. The performance is varied, some highly functional centers, whilst others are dysfunctional. However, it remains a single point of access to a number of services for citizens, and where more than one service can be accessed at the same location, therefore saving significant cost in terms of traveling. in provinces like the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo, it remains a problem because the distance is too far, and the DPSA has made a number of recommendations on the geographic distribution. Connectivity remains a challenge, and the integration of services, as well as the organizational arrangements, specifically around oversight, remains challenges. And these are some of the issues one can address by having an online access, an online portal to these. In terms of connectivity of government services and the impact thereof, again, the SA Connect initiative by DCDT and the framework by DPSA are trying to address some of these issues. From our perspective, in terms of the implementation of innovation at an institutional level, we do experience a number of challenges. To use a few examples, in schools, to be able to use learner management systems and connectivity for learners, there should be a sufficient IP range in terms of devices to connect. In many cases, the range would not even cover all the teachers, as well as the bandwidth would not be sufficient to upload and download content from the web, for example. In hospitals, the same. If you want a unified records management system, a clinic and a hospital should be able to communicate, and some clinics do not even have connectivity. So SA Connect is trying to address this issue, and if we have proper connectivity, then other e-government services can be added on top of this. With regards to the question around the MOU with WITS, the content centers around 3 areas. One is for CPSI to be able to leverage the academic research generated by a School of Governance. You can imagine we only have one researcher, and it's very important for us to stay up to date with developments in the innovation field, in terms of 4IR technology, issues of algorithmic ethics, robotics, innovation policy, and then social and civic tech innovation. So this is one area where we agree to collaborate on in terms of research and these areas of innovation. The tech incubator, the GovTech incubator, is the second area where we're looking at joint experimentation, also involving postgraduate students in the experimentation, and specifically also assessment of the impact of these innovations. And then the third area is broader knowledge sharing and advocating for e-government. And we've done quite a lot of work already together. We have facilitated dialogue sessions with some of the top countries on the UN e-government survey, as well as planning towards the hosting of the International IceGov conference, which is a conference bringing together academics and practitioners in the field of e-government in October at the CSIR Convention Center. And then lastly, the question in terms of tracking youth. Unfortunately, we just don't have the capacity. We don't have an M&E unit to track the youth, so we have to make use of alternatives. So, for example, these youth are then supported into other programs, bringing them into hackathons, making them part of provincial chapters where their capacity is further strengthened, and where they are then exposed also to opportunities, including then opportunities within government. But I must say that there's still a huge gap in terms of linking youth digital skills development in the country with opportunities and bringing them into the work environment. If we can have more funding available, we would be able to leverage these as well to address some of the digitization issues. Honorable Chair, I'll pause there and hand back to Ms. Sebokeri. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Just to add on the last point about tracking the youth, we are part of the National System of Innovation, so we also mobilize, within the system itself. And as an example, the system developer that we have currently is one of the youth, that we've been engaging with. And when the post was advertised, he applied. Now he's no longer with the youth organization. He's with CPSI, but we're trying to mobilize within the national system of innovation. In terms of which innovations can be massified, technically we have about 16 that we could potentially replicate and massify throughout the country annually. But again, because of a limited budget, as we've reported, just over 45 million to pay rent, pay salaries, and push innovation, it becomes an impossible task. Hence, we focus on only 2 annually to replicate. And I think, some of them, as I've reported, the digital fingerprint is actually taking, has gained some traction, as I said, in terms of it being, implemented in Gauteng fully, and now going into Limpopo. It's just that, there's always misalignment between what provinces have in their annual performance plans and what you as national have as one of these projects, that it would take time for them to, mobilize resources to support these innovations. But what we normally say to them is that once you implement the solution, like the digital fingerprint program, you'll be saving money that you would be using for purpose burials. You would be using to defend cases where wrongful burials have been made. So you need to also, instill that, new way of looking at things, to say it might look like a new project, but you just reprioritize your budget and use the same money, but for a different cost, instead of using money to do purpose burials, to run full mortuaries and so forth. Rather, invest in this project so that you can then move out the backlog and avoid purpose burials, which I'm told don't come cheap. And government has to do it because you can only keep bodies in mortuaries for so long. So if we had a good budget, I would say would be, implementing province-wide. One of our challenges is that we only have 2 project managers that have to be on site all the time, because for people to adopt innovation, it's actually a change management process. You need to be there to reminding them, leave the paper alone, use this tool, and so forth. So it takes time, because you find, our managers, our project managers spending days, on site just to handhold, officials to adopt these innovations. But once they get into the, get used to using the innovation, then they're able to fly on their own. I think another way of making sure that this is massified, we already have certain provinces that are starting to organize themselves. For instance, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and I think it's Western Cape. They've set up a forum where they are, assisting each other into moving innovations from one province to the other. In Free State, they actually have an ICT forum that also supports innovations in the province. So it sort of makes massifying these innovations much easier. But yeah, if we had more money, more foot soldiers, it would be, easier for us to massify these programs. Honorable Ntuli, yes, the vacancy rate, you spoke about it. Each position is critical, but if you are faced with a challenge, you end up saying, rather not fill the receptionist post, let's see how we can repurpose that post so that we can create capacity elsewhere. Not that we don't need it, but you have to balance between governance requirements, because you still have to run your organization. You still need, to look at things around risk management and all these things, but you also have to deliver, because you can't be delivering and then letting go of governance issues. So it's a very difficult, situation that we have to face, where sometimes, as I said, we had to reprioritize budget from goods and services. So it means we had to sacrifice some of the things that we're doing and say, we need to stop doing this. Let's create capacity so that we can push, what we need to push. And that's some of the things that we said as a team, to say, if we look at the next 5-year strategic plan, probably what will come to the portfolio committee in terms of the CPSI it will completely look different. There might be areas where we feel that this is entrenched. Let's put it as part in our operational plan and try to push certain projects more and mobilize resources towards that. The last question around the annual target, yes, it's very difficult, Honorable Ntuli, to keep track of innovation, because actually CPSI should be allowed to fail, but the framework, the performance framework that we follow, it doesn't allow failure. And the nature of innovation is that you must be allowed to fail. Unfortunately, the system doesn't allow us to fail. Hence, we decided to make sure that the targets that we set in terms of for instance, replication, it's not that easy. As I say, you start with a project, you start at the beginning of the year, and then you find out it's taken back because a system developer resigns. You have to start again, get somebody else, and it causes these delays. So we are just making sure that we try to contain it within a year. Still not possible. Hence, we end up with multi-year projects. It's a very fuzzy, area when you talk about innovation, because you can't box it in a quarter to say, by this quarter, I would have developed. What if after the initial testing, you go back to the users and they say, we forgot to tell you that we need this functionality as well. Then you have to go back to the drawing board and work on the solution, put in the functionality that they need, and so forth. And as you go back again to them, they realize that there's no integration of data sets at the back. You have to go back. So there's no timeline in terms of that. But we try to push as much as possible. Hence when we are piloting the piloting of the EMS, Emergency Services mobile app, it's now into quarter 3 and we are still piloting, because we want to make sure that what we implement at the end of the day works vis-a-vis the big bang approach, where you come up with a solution, implement it, the system collapses, and because it's not been tested well enough. But as I said to members, the research the assessment that we are busy finalizing now will really, clearly set the tone for the next 5-year plan. But in my closing remarks, I think one would need to emphasize that public sector innovation is here to stay. We're now talking artificial intelligence, and we're starting to craft. We're going to get and have an engagement with National School of Government in terms of a webinar on AI, because we don't have laws around artificial intelligence in our country. And it becomes very scary that if we start, as government, using artificial intelligence without, an overarching laws, it might, compromise in terms of ethics and all those things. And we are already talking to other organizations to see if we can, all put our heads together so that we can inform, create probably a paper or so that would then inform what kind of legislation we need in the country to safeguard the use of artificial intelligence in the correct way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boitumelo. And then the next responses from the DPSA.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nyiko Mabunda. I'm an acting DDG at the DPSA. I'm with a number of colleagues that will assist us to respond to the questions, to the presentation that was made by Ms. Boitumelo. Honorable Chair, we have realized that some of the questions are actually speaking to each other. So we have combined the responses that we are going to be giving to colleagues or to honorable members. And the first question I think that we really need to deal with is the one on what type of support is provided to departments in implementing the framework, and is it making any impact on that? We are going to go straight to the questions, if you allow, Chair, looking at the time.
So one of the things that we have done is to partner with the DPME to ensure that the professionalization imperatives find expression in the MTSF, especially for the 7th administration, so that we ensure that they are institutionalized within the system and they don't become a passing fed, and they don't get reflected in the APPs of the departments and so forth. So this has allowed us to actively participate in the strategic planning sessions of departments. So that we help them to be able to deliver and understand the professionalization imperative. We have conducted workshops. The Director General has established a forum with the heads of corporate services, who are the ones that are actually responsible for the implementation of these across the public service. And they meet monthly to check on progress, to look at the challenges that are there, to improve on the measures that are required. So we have noted that we have seen an improvement in the implementation of the skills audits, the compliance with prescripts, and we're starting to see even results reflected in service delivery and hopefully we'll start seeing and how South Africans feel about government and public services as we improve our monitoring and evaluation capacity. So that's the type of support that we provide to departments in the implementation of the framework. There was also a question on what legislative changes require changing so that we promote the professionalization framework. So there are a number of areas that we have noted will require changes to both the Public Service Act, as well as the Public Administration Management, as well as the subordinate legislation such as the regulations and the directives. So we have instituted a broader review of an assessment of the work that is required to ensure that we deliver on this. This has also included under changes to the regulations that were promulgated last year in October, the revisions to the directives that were continuously bringing to the system, and a number of things that are being done. So one of the key things, so what we have done is that we have infused some of these things in preparation for the changes that we had checked from the various areas that require the promotion of professionalization. And where applicable, we have inserted them into the amendment bills that the National Assembly was able to adopt yesterday in its report, and now they're have been referred to the NCOP. The first major one is the extension of tenure of HODs to 10 years. That will require amendment of Section 12, subsection 2A of the Public Service Act, which will require us to go back to the amendments to make changes that require those issues. We have also made amendments related to accountable and public servants, so that we promote ethical public service by prohibiting a head of department and employees directly reporting to them from holding political offices. We are now also enhancing the areas around the prohibition of employees from doing business with the state. We are also improving the parts around political administrative interface by vesting all the strategic powers with the heads of department, with the executive authorities, while then providing all administrative powers to be vested with the heads of departments. We're also clarifying the role of the Director General in the presidency and the Director Generals in the provincial governments on what they have to, on the type of role they have to play as the head of public service, and how they promote those the management of the political administrative dichotomy, We are also looking at how we suitably skill employees, and the other major part is the re-engineering of the National School of Government, so that we augment its powers to be a training facility that will provide the required development of a cadre of professional public servants across the public service. So there are a number of things that have been that require changes to the legislative environment and so forth. Honorable Chair, I think that the other major question that I think we should respond to is what are we doing, how do we deal with the 10% vacancy rate, and who deals with the work of that 10%, and when the positions are filled and so forth, and how critical are the 54 vacant posts that we have in the department. So we are concerned about the ability of the public service to attract and retain youths in the services. So we think that for us as the DPSA, youth involvement is critical to addressing innovation that the CPSI was talking about, the issue of modernization, the keeping the public service relevant, and addressing the challenges of the challenge of an aging public service that we previously discussed in this portfolio committee. But we do also understand that HR is a decentralized function across the public service. So we have looked at what we can do with the powers and the mandate that we have in the department. And one of the things that we've done is that we've issued volume 1 of the professionalization directive, which now makes it compulsory for departments to develop exit plans for participants in developmental programs. So these are graduates, interns, in-service officials, etc. And those exit plans will improve the ability of departments to utilize the provisions in the regulations that allows them to prioritize about 10% of vacant posts for recruiting and retaining where those officials qualify at that entry-level positions. As my colleague Buitumelo reported, we have also eliminated the need for experience for entry levels post between levels 1 and 6, where there's no requirement for supervisory experience. And this will allow departments to be able to absorb more of the public servant of the interns into the public service, by then allowing them to compete amongst themselves, so that those are targeted recruitment into that position. And we hope that that will be able to assist us to deal with those issues. Of the 54 vacant posts, we consider all of them to be critical, but we are also mindful that the budget cuts will be impacting on the filling of those vacant posts. So of those 54 vacant posts, 2 of them are at the DDG level, 6 are chief directors, and 11 are directors. The rest are at various levels within the organization, but we have also started a process to mitigate the budget impact. So how do we mitigate that? We have initiated a process to revise our service delivery model, so that we also deal with what the Honorable Chair, the committee required us to do, of improving our ability to monitor and enforce our norms and standards. So when we have finished the revision of the service delivery model, we are likely to revise the structure so that it becomes fit for purpose. And beyond that, we are also currently, in fact, we are reprioritizing the process to identify the priorities in the filling of the vacant positions with the limited resources that we have. Lastly, Chair, before I request my colleagues, Dr. Solomon and DDG Vukela and DDG Zaid to respond to the other questions, the last point is that we are also, the issue of vacancy rate across the public service. We require departments to manage those vacancy rates. We also understand that when you cannot have 100% filled organogram, because people leave for various reasons, they retire, they move to better jobs, they grow into the positions and so forth. But we have also noted that even those that are also on suspension, we also noted that this also has an impact on the productivity of the public service. So there is a need for us to improve how we maintain a lower vacancy rate across the public service, and to ensure that when someone is when someone exit and we deal with the issue of managing the wage bill and so forth, we are able to also address the matter of who deals with that work, because the work cannot be left to be undone or not to be done and so forth. But also to reduce the issue of the need to the so-called bloating of program 1, by integrating some of the work that needs to be done, especially for program 1 officials, because usually when we have a cut in the cost of in the wage bill, the first people to be affected are those that are within program 1. So we have reduced red tape to promote integration and efficiency, by repealing about 5 directives and issuing new reporting tools that will integrate the annual performance plans, the personal development plans of individuals, the human resource plans, so that when departments report directly to the DPME, they don't have, using the online system, they don't have to report then to the DPSA. The DPSA will have to download from the system without departments having to submit the same information, and we improve that work. So we are looking at a number of things that are going to improve our ability to deliver on that one. I'm going to request with your approval, Chair, for colleagues Solomon to deal with the issues relating to lifestyle audits, from Zaid to deal with the issue of connectivity that impacts on digitization, as well as DDG Vugela to deal with the issue of Tusong centers. With your approval, Chair. Thank you. Zaid?
Good afternoon, honorable members and Chair. I think CPSI spoke to the issue of connectivity, but let me add from my side. Certainly, connectivity is very much linked to this question of digitization. Without good connectivity, unfortunately, all of the gains we can make with digitalizing our processes won't be seen at the coalface. And I think we have seen some examples of that, Home Affairs offices and connectivity challenges that are being experienced there. The problem, though, is not easily solvable, in that it really does depend on the budget available and the resources available to individual departments to be able to upgrade their connectivity to good quality connectivity. It's also linked to the availability of bandwidth in particularly in rural areas, and this is where we see the problem. So we've tried to deal with it in a number of ways. Of course, we support the SA Connect program, and we work quite closely with the DCDT through the GITO Council, the Council of Government IT Officers, or CIOs, to support that program, to also encourage departments then to maintain a high standard of connectivity. And I think it's an ongoing challenge that we always keep on the top of our radar and try to make sure that it's dealt with. But certainly, to answer the question quite plainly, there's a very strong link between maturity of digitalization of departments and services and the level of connectivity that those departments have in place. Thank you, Honourable Chair and members.
Thank you, Chair. If I can continue with the lifestyle audits, I would like to respond to the questions raised by the Honourable Maneli, Honourable Khumani, and Honourable Ntuli. Maybe starting with Honourable Maneli first, who asked the question if there is really a requirement for lifestyle audits to be conducted. And there is indeed, in terms of the public service regulations, Regulation 22A it's very clear that the head of a department shall analyze ethics and corruption risks as part of the department's system of risk management, and that lifestyle audits is regarded as one of these instruments to manage departmental risks. And this was also strengthened further in the amended public service regulations that then specifically refers to the issue of lifestyle audits. So then addressing the two general comments of Honorable Khumane and Honorable Ntuli, who raised the issue of if it's mandatory and we do have the training in place, why is there little progress, and what hindrances do we see? But maybe it's best summed up with Honorable Ntuli that says, at the end of this term now, what is it that is so hard to conduct lifestyle audits? Now, I would like to indicate that indeed, lifestyle audits is not a quick and a very quick process. We started in 2021, and it's one of the biggest projects I think we at the DPSA started with on the scale of what we had to actually deliver on. In 2015 already, work started on changing legislation with the public service regulations that time to introduce legislation around that will prepare the road for lifestyle audits, and also for the e-disclosure system that we had to do lifestyle audits. But not only that, to actually set up the e-disclosure system, to have it up and running, and also getting people to get acquainted to that system and to disclose their information. But furthermore, also to introduce legislation, for example, around whistleblowing and protection. If a person then now gets harassed when certain information is not declared, and that is now, I'm speaking of the ethics officers and the investigators. So there was a lot of work that had to be done, and we're now only at the end of the third year of implementation of this lifestyle audit process. And we are still the only and the first Africa country who could have done this, and who successfully introduced electronic lifestyle audit system. So when we introduced the ethics or the guide on lifestyle audits, we tried to simplify this complex process. And we tried to simplify it, making it easier for the departments and also for the people involved in the process to understand what roles they have to play. And in the guide then, we have identified that the first step for this whole process to be successful would be for the ethics officers to do reviews, meaning that all the information that comes into the e-disclosure system will be reviewed by them, will be scrutinized by them, and will be verified by them using different databases which we have linked to the e-disclosure system, so that they can, on the system, look at the Inatus system for cars, they could look at the deeds office for houses, they can look at the CIPC system for work that people are involved in, and also then look at their own internal registers and systems that they have, like BAS and so forth, to, for example, check for people doing business with the state. Now, the first step that we undertook was to make sure that the ethics officers understand what their role is, and what they should do when they find then that there is indeed red flags where people are living beyond their means, or where people are understating or not stating their information, or wrongly stating that. And that we did, we developed courses with the assistance of the international institutes like the World Bank, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and also having assistance from the Canadian government, where we have the Strengthening Ethics and Integrity program. And that was highly successful, because we found that in the beginning, there was a lot of resistance towards submitting lifestyle audit information via the e-disclosure system. But once people got used to that and saw that it is not a witch hunt, it's not something that would expose people who's innocent, then we found that people bought into the system. The second step that we identified, and that is now the step that we started with from the beginning of this financial year now, was to look at the investigators and to do training for them so that they will understand if they get the red flag from an ethics officer, how do they go about that? Now, here we found some hindrances, if I can use the words of the Honorable Kumane, where we found that some departments did not appoint investigators as is required in terms of the MAC cabinet memo that says that there must be minimum anti-corruption capacity in the different departments. So new investigators had to be sourced. They had to be looked at models where people can share investigators, and in the meantime also try and investigate and train the investigators so that they will know what to look for and to look at the process. So the measure of success for this would be to check then to see whether we had an increase in first of all the information that has been submitted by the employees, and secondly by the investigations. And if we then look at the patterns from 2021, 22 the first time, and then we consider that, we can see that there's really increase in the departments that are now submitting their lifestyle audit information. And I think here we also have to thank the honourable members in this portfolio committee, where we came and we then identified those departments who did not do so. And then the next day we will have phone calls of the departments to say, please assist us, we had this problem, and train us quickly. And then we could see that there's an uptake in terms of disclosing. So currently, at the end of October, there's only 4 national departments who still did not comply. The Department of Defence, the Department of Military Veterans, Public Works and Infrastructure, and Transport. And at the end of 2023 October, it's only 9 provincial departments that did not comply. So that is a huge increase from where we came in 2022. The 9 provincial departments is the Eastern Cape Economic Development, Environment Affairs, and then the Tourism and Health. And then Free State is Economic Small Business Development, and then Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Health and Police, Roads and Transport. Gauteng, we had the Infrastructure Development, Limpopo Social Development, and Northwest Education and Human Settlements. Then when we look at the amount of the public service SMS who were scrutinized in terms of reviews, we see that from the 9,899 SMS members in April 2023 who submitted their financial disclosures, 9,536 or 96% disclosed their information. There's only 636 SMS members that did not disclose. And incidentally, this is the first year where it dropped from 98% to 96%, showing that maybe the fact that the scrutiny on the financial disclosures is getting tighter. Some SMEs might have withheld the disclosures, and that is now being investigated to follow up on that. So where we look at the investigations and to test whether the investigations part is working, when we started in 2020-2021 financial year, it was only the Western Cape that conducted investigations, and most of those investigations yielded results around conflicts of interest. And in 2021-22 financial year, only 38 SMS members were referred for investigations. And this financial year, we found that 86 SMS members from national departments and 140 from provincial departments, that's 200 in total, were referred for lifestyle investigations. And so it definitely there is a improvement in the statistics, but we still need to look at the quality of this. And I think this is where one has to allow the system and the processes to mature and to become institutionalized so that we can have the desired effect very soon. And I think if we look at the hindrances further on, I don't see the hesitation of departments like in the beginning when we started with the process anymore. People, the departments are really embracing the process. They are looking at solutions, phoning and asking us to assist them. So I think we still need a lot of training, still for the review process for ethics officers, but also for the investigators, and that will continue. And the one area that we really managed to improve is that of the ethics officers, where we now, in the past, we had a lot of rotation of ethics officers, and every year then you had to retrain the new ethics officers, and as a result, no ethics reviews could have taken place. But now we have, in the new public service regulations, we have introduced the option that ethics officers must not only be designated, but they must now also be appointed where money is and it's allowed. So that is a move in the right direction, where we will see now a stabilization at the review point. And I think the other part is where we also, like the rest of the colleagues indicated, with the financial constraints we're in, we still only have 2 members in the TAU that is dealing with lifestyle audits to do the follow-up, the investigation follow-up. And it's not that they have to do, they're also involved in conducting business with the organs of state, other remunerative work and other investigative work. But we need to follow up and monitor on the investigations and the reviews as well, to keep the screws tightened on departments so that they will comply 100%, and that we will get this institutionalized as a process as normal as taking leave or all the other processes that we have in government. So, Chair, I think that is a short response in terms of the concerns raised by Honourable Maneli, Honourable Khumani and Honourable Mthuli.
Thank you so much for all the responses, and thank you to the Deputy Minister and also the management of the PSI, the NSG, and the PSC, and all honorable members and colleagues. Thank you very much. I think now the time is already 13:07, and some of us who must then prepare ourselves for the sitting of 2:00. Now the meeting is adjourned, and thank you very much to all of you.
Malbongwe, Chairperson, Malbongwe.
Thank you, Chair.
Huh?
Recording stopped.